I'll be your moderator for this session, and with me are Mr. Macario Husayan and Miss Anne Janet Casalma of PCW and Miss Amelia Suarez and Miss Aurora de Guzman of NAPC, who were also part of the steering committee. Sir Mac, Miss Anne, Miss Amelia, and Miss Aurora, can you turn on your mic and camera? So, and say hi to our participants. Samahan niyo ako magbukas ng camera rito.
Good afternoon, everyone. Doc Mel, good afternoon.
Ayan po. Si Sir Mac. Hi, Sir Mac. Miss Anne.
Hello po, magandang hapon.
And si Miss Aurora po ba naka-join sa...
I'm here, Ma'am Mel.
Sorry po, si Miss Amelia pala, naka-join sa...
Nasa Canada, baka gabi na ngayon daw.
Oo nga pala.
The time difference, yes.
Okay.
Mamel, may hapon sa tanan. Magandang hapon po sa lahat.
Ayan.
Naligaw ako, napunta ako sa environment sector.
Pwede naman, pareho din. Hi, Miss Anne.
Hello po, Doc Mel. Magandang
Hello
tanghali
po.
po.
So, magandang hapon po sa ating mga participants for today and all our presenters. No? So for the education sector po, we have reviewed a total of 49 entries from the government, private sector, and civil society organizations. But out of the 49 entries, only 9 programs or projects were selected for presentation as good practices on gender mainstreaming. And today we will be able to listen from this presentation. So presentations for this sector revolve around the following themes: engendering the education curriculum, instructional materials and learning resources, gender dimensions of education during the COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 pandemic, closing the gender gap in science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics, faculty development for gender, fair, and inclusive research and practice, and mechanisms to mainstream gender perspectives in education sector. So for this afternoon, we have 5 presenters. So each presenter will be given 20 minutes to present. And after everyone has presented, we will open the floor for the virtual floor for a question and answer portion. So I would like to request that all presenters follow their time schedule. Okay, excited na ba tayo to listen to our first presenter? So, sige po. I would like to introduce our first presenter, Attorney Archil Nina Faler Capistrano, who will present the University of the Philippines Cebu First Responders Drill on anti-sexual harassment. Attorney Archil is an assistant professor of political science at the University of the Philippines Cebu and concurrently serves as coordinator of the Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment and member of the Research Ethics Committee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Attorney Archil. Attorney Archil?
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Meron na akong na-prepare na presentation, so I will ask our tech team to please play the recording. Salamat. Violence is not the shadow pandemic. It is the primary pandemic. The words of author and TV documentary producer Hazel Friedman. Good day to all. I am Archcapistrano. And I take this privilege of presenting the University of the Philippines Cebu First Responders Drill on Anti-Sexual Harassment, or #AshFirst 2022. In crafting this project, the Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment, or OASH, targeted as the gender issue the vulnerability of students and employees to gender-based violence in the form of sexual harassment. I emphasize that this vulnerability is expanded by the pandemic-induced turn to remote learning and work-from-home arrangements. This is cognizant of the reality that once you do not feel safe in learning or at work, your well-being and productivity suffer to the detriment of our economy and the future. True, we recognize gender rights as human rights, And we have protective legislation, particularly Republic Act number 7877, or the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of 1995, and Republic Act number 11313, or the Safe Spaces Act of 2019, among others. In UP, we even have the UP Anti-Sexual Harassment Code, or UP Ash Code, which took effect in 2017. In fact, in its Section 5, it even recognizes that sexual harassment can be committed using information and communications technology a couple of years before the Safe Spaces Act is even legislated. However, the COVID-19 pandemic exposed how procedures in apprehending and responding to sexual harassment tend to be more suited to the old normal. These procedural inadequacies, along with the widespread realization that administrative and/or legal recourse to address sexual harassment tend to be protracted and energy draining and even resource draining. These underscore the need for approaches beyond the reactive rigors of formal investigations or litigation to proactive, trauma-informed, even feminist care and support systems. My participation in this event, the Hunting Ground film screening and discussion, organized by the National University of Singapore Gender and Sexuality Research Cluster last February, encouraged me to pursue OWASH's shared plan with UP Cebu's Gender and Development Office to conduct an ASH Frontliners training, which in this event for NUS they call the First Responders Training. This documentary actually exposes how big universities in the global north, particularly the Ivy League universities, tend to silence complaints from brave souls who suffer sexual harassment just because these universities, big names as they are very much protective of their reputation. With anyone becoming a potential victim of sexual harassment online or offline, along with the context of educational institutions amidst the pandemic, the call of the hour is to capacitate members of the UP Cebu community to competently respond when faced with a disclosure about sexual harassment. With this goal, I benchmarked similar undertakings and I learned the following. First, trainings for first responders are delivered by institutions abroad. Second, they are conducted in person with only a few delivered online. Third, the training duration ranges from 2 to 5 days of intensive training. And of course, these trainings are for a fee. Thus, there is a need to design localized training for first responders that is free and utilizes a flexible learning modality that enables access to essential content asynchronously and at one's own pace. And so, OWASH's hashtag AshFirst2022 was conceived and underwent the following phases, beginning with the prefatory phase. This page of the project's concept note reveals that despite the initial email exchanges between OWASH and GAD and the first coordination meeting of said offices with the Office of Student Affairs, or OSA, there had to be a hiatus due to the turnover of the administrative heads of OSA and GAD. Meanwhile, designing the activity entailed for it to be asynchronous, to afford participants enough time to access material that must be user-friendly, and with a praxis component to demonstrate the intended skills development outcome. Hence, we conducted 3 webinars beginning with a launch on April 22nd with cybercrime law expert Dr. Attorney Noel Ramiscal delivering the talk entitled A Guide to First Responders and Survivors, electronic evidence in gender and sexual orientation-based harassment, violence, and related cybercrime. The second part of this event showcased student paper presentations from my PS 164 Gender and Politics class on the theme Gender in the Digital Age. This is in anticipation of the UN International Girls in ICT Day on April 28th. The following week, and in observance of said day, we disseminated this e-kit as a PDF attachment to the members of the UP Cebu community via their UP email with the facilitation of the Teaching and Learning Resource Center, or TLRC of UP Cebu. Intended as an electronic document with the e-kit as assembled using Canva and contains clickable content organized into the conceptual left side on the WHS of sexual harassment, or from cognition to the practical skills at the right side, or recognition, particularly on the role of the first responder in a case of sexual harassment. For skill demonstrability, the first responders webinar was conducted on June 1st, with UP Cebu's guidance services specialists speaking about the following important topics: self-disclosure, empathetic listening, psychological first aid, and note-taking. This was followed by a role play for the praxis component of the drill. The culmination followed on June 6th, with Dr. Attorney Ramiscal returning for yet another talk entitled Understanding the Terrains of and Dealing with Sexual Orientation Abuse and Violence as we observed Pride Month in June. The criteria for best practices developed by Nang and De Colombani in 2015 informed this assessment of #AshFirst 2022 on whether or not it is a good practice, as shown here on this screenshot on page 40 of the project's portfolio. From this, I humbly submit that #AshFirst 2022 is a modest success, along with these results tabulated from attendance and post-event evaluation data documented in the project's portfolio. You would note from this table that a good number of participants gave an overall evaluation of best for the first two webinars, and despite the culmination conducted the week before the final examination, it received the overall evaluation of better. This level of success would not have been possible without OWASH-GAD's partnership, with the GAD office providing the budget for the implementation of #AshFirst 2022. GAD even gave freebies to the participants and completers of the project. To complete the recipe for #AshFirst 2022's success are the strategic collaborations of OWASH with the TLRC for the dissemination of notices, Zoom arrangements, and even YouTube channel to the UP Cebu community, OSA also, and its guidance services specialists. My political science classes, namely PS 164 Gender and Politics, as well as SOCSI 105 Gender Issues in Philippine Society, as well as the UP Political Science Society, the student organization of political science majors. At this point, allow me to share testimonials from the participants of #AshFirst 2022, which I deem as success stories. For instance, this evaluation comment from the launch reads, "The keynote speaker's discussion gave attention to the legal aspects of both cybercrime and sexual harassment. The talk has equipped me with knowledge needed to respond to sexual abuse victims and help them with what they're experiencing." Meanwhile, this is from the June 1st Praxis webinar, which lauds how interactive and relevant the event was, plus the multiplier effect of transcending vulnerability in terms of mental health to the readiness to apply learning for the benefit of those who will need it. And from the June 6th culmination is this gender-informed assertion for enough safe spaces for the LGBT members of the community. Of course, the project is not without flaws. Thus, in using the SWOT analysis to draw lessons and insights from the project, OWASH's workforce deficiency stands out as a major weakness. That is, we have no staff or equipment, just myself, the coordinator, practically doing much of the project. Fortunately, new skills I honed as forced actually by instructional challenges brought about by the pandemic helped counteract this workforce deficiency. These skills include increasing adeptness in using Canva and other apps in the Google ecosystem to package the project for the intended audience, the UP Cebu community. Meanwhile, the turnover of administrative heads, as earlier mentioned in the prefatory phase, as well as technical challenges and dependence on the internet, are the major threats to the project. Thankfully, strategic partnership with GAD and collaborations with the stakeholders in the UP Cebu community, plus a generally supportive administration, neutralized the threats. This is why, for the project's replicability and sustainability, it is important to ensure the crucial resources needed as provided via the major partnership and collaborations, and to include those that would provide access to funding opportunities beyond UP Cebu. Also, formalize a program or project-informed onboarding mechanism to counteract the turnover of administrative heads for project continuity, and address OWASH's workforce deficiency by providing staff and equipment for it to reach more heights in combating sexual harassment. Indeed, despite the challenges brought about by COVID-19, it is not impossible to heed the call for a free, accessible, and self-paced way of capacitating first responders at a time when gendered vulnerability is expanding both in offline and online settings. With this initial success, #AshFirst 2022 deserves another run to further ascertain the best practice criterion on effectiveness. Meanwhile, the following recommendations are informed by my participation in the Digital Rights Camp 2022 last September, organized by the Foundation for Media Alternatives. First, consider integrating a holistic perspective of the cycle of violence in the delivery of the project. Second, infuse intersectionality perspectives by incorporating a check your privilege exercise along with an allyship component among the activities in the project. And third, explore the potential of a network of GAD-ASH focal persons that audit and or capacitate institutions mandated by law to constitute and maintain their respective committees on decorum and investigation, or CODIs. In closing, allow me to paraphrase to you my thanks to Dr. Attorney Ramiscal as I thank you. This is something that I believe can also qualify as criteria for good practices in gender and development mainstreaming. Let's continue to empower more minds to think differently, more hearts to love more inclusively, and more hands to help more sensitively. Daghang salamat. Gikan sa UP Cebu, Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment.
Maraming salamat, Attorney Archil, no, for sharing with us the process that UP Cebu went through, especially in implementing the first responders deal on anti-sexual harassment. And indeed, no, I strongly believe that sexual harassment is an old issue, but really the challenge is how to formulate or develop new strategies and to respond, especially if we are faced with unexpected circumstances or other situations. So salamat ulit, Attorney Archil. I know may mga questions na kayo dyan or comments in your mind, but please hold that thought. We'll just finish all the presenters, tapos mag-open forum tayo later on. So our next presentation will be given by Ms. Mila Española, the City Social Development Welfare Officer of Batangas City. She will be sharing with us the experiences of Batangas City of its daycare service to early childhood care and development program. So Ms. Española, the virtual floor is yours.
Good afternoon po sa ating lahat. For Philippine Commission for Women and NAPC and all the government agencies working with children. So next, So in Batangas City, the early childhood care or the daycare service was started in 1974. So with 11 child development workers in 11 barangays. And then the years goes on, naging 20 po yan, and we were able to serve about 800 children. After 2 years of its implementation, as we follow the rules of the DSW under the leadership of Secretary Sylvia Montes, so were provided by the NFDM, the soya milk, and other national products that were transferred to the local government units, and we have counterparts from the parents. So we are under the provincial government, and on that year, the implementation of Presidential Decree 603, yun pong Child and Youth Welfare Code. For a big start, there are depressed barangays that were ranked as priority for possible implementation of daycare operation, and through other welfare agencies, we were able to successfully implement the program for 0 to 6 children. In 1978, after 2 years, ang Barangay Daycare Law or the PD 1567 was passed that there's a need for all the barangays to the creation or establishment of daycare centers. So in the same year, beneficiaries si Batangas City of the County Program for Children, yung 1 to 4, that was launched by UNICEF. And on that years, yun po yung may mga international government agencies that has been helping nationwide for the betterment of these 0 to 6 children. But most of the children that were catered are from 0 to 6. And then that's a good preparation for formal education. When the next years, it goes on, a big number of children entered and enrolled in the daycare centers in all 87 barangays. And in 2000, the accreditation started for daycare centers and for our child development workers by virtue of Republic Act 8980 or the Early Childhood Act and Development Program. It is an executive order also directing the functions and operation of the SWD to set standards, accredit, and provide consultative services to the public and private centers. And as in 2012, we are one of the few hosts of this Republic Act 10410 or the Early Act year, focus on effective partnership and implementation of ECCD by the National Council from the national level under the Early Childhood Care and Development Council. Okay, next, the basic program for this program of ECCD is the Early Learning Program, which includes, of course, toddler or infant, the pre-K1, as you can see in the screen, the 2 to 5 to 3 to 5 years old, the K2 class under 3.5 to 4 years old, and as of now, ECCD program catered up to 4 years old years of age of children. The supplemental feeding of the SWD is a great contribution to the children's health and nutrition situation, coupled with the participation, of course, of the local government unit and the parents. The NCDCELP have 7 domains, 7 domains, and have 7 learning resources from arrival and free time, meeting time, activity time, and so on and so forth, including outdoor activity, snack time, rest time, circle time, story time, of course, and the goodbye. In the snack time, since the very beginning, we follow the no to junk food policies. Okay. Next, there are governing patterns, which includes the portal for these children, which contains the 7 domains. It's the gross motor, the fine motor, the receptive language, the expressive language, the self-help, the cognitive, and the social and emotional. And the yearly program goes to activities like early registration during the month of January or February. We do have the same program of the DepEd for Brigada Eskwela, or yung total participation of the parents to clean, to refresh, to prepare program materials for the children. The actual registration, which comes early on, right after recognition. The Camp Bulilit. Okay, may mga batang magbulit, the sharing. The orientation day for parents, which we call it to provide family development session. Anniversaries and different activities are being applied from the national to local level. Of course, the Children's Month celebration during November, Christmas party, family days, and other activities that might lift the level of the family status. The moving up and open house exhibits of the children and their parents. As we can see in the next video is the presentation are the master list of our children by year. So it went up until it reached to 11,000 in 2000. In 2005, it's 11,000 or more than 11,000. But as you can see, between and among 2010 to 2022, bumaba na po halos yung bilang, hindi po sa hindi sila nag-enroll, but in Batangas City, the total number of members of family reduced from 6 to 5 to now is 4.4. So it's one of the effective program being implemented by the health office to limit the number of children for them to be cared of further. Okay. In 2020, amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, prior to catering of about 40,000 individuals from 10,000 families affected by Taal volcano from January 2020 to March, naging busy po si Batangas dahil nga nung Taal volcano eruption. Kami po ay tumulong na magbukas ng 87 schools and child development centers to house temporarily the affected Taal victims. And right after that, we waited for the advisory of the ECCD National Council, and so the alternative venue or the community-based program for alternative venue through alternative mode of learning delivery was implemented amidst pandemic. What does it mean? 5 parents are being met in a very safe and healthy areas in every purok or sitio of the barangay or even in the center, for them to let the parents be taught by the daycare workers or the child development workers, and then it transferred to their children. We make it a point or encourage parents to have the cornet at home wherein they can let their children learn out of this AMLD program. Okay, in the next photo is our early childhood care and development checklist, also given by the National Office to do it for and foremost at an early stage of the admission in the ECCD. We are being fielding up and have some exercises for children to know their level of development. As I mentioned, the SWD supplemental feeding program is very much great contribution for the health and nutrition needs, or the needs of particularly the malnourished or the low-weight children. As you can see in the next photos from the national funds, they either transfer funds or they have sending the fresh foods to the city, but that's there is a multiplying effect because ang nagbibigay po ng mga supplies are from the local farmers, from the local yung veggie growers, and yung mga isda or yung mga karne from the local or from Batangas City producers. As you can see, the parents have hairnet, of course, the earphone, and then we practice really the no so much condiments. We put just natural, flavors for their children's consumption. It is being given po based on the bowl that they have para talagang halos timbang na they can have the equal part. For the obese children, we make it a point na hindi bigyan when they are asking more. But if the child or the baby or the ECCD child needs more because medyo mababa ang timbang, we provide them all. Batangas City has also program for the distribution of free fresh milk to these children from the local funds. We have the local production from a cooperative, as you know, the National Seed that provide cow's fresh milk as also one of the supplement for part of feeding program of the government. As you can see, the children in the next photo, they are drinking the fresh milk, okay? And then the thanks health office because the monthly weighing, getting of height, and a recording of weight and height to really monitor their nutritional level and status. CIT Health Office conduct very regular dental checkup aside from medical checkup, and they do provide for about 5 years or 6 adult toothpaste for these children para talagang ma-manage nila yung kanilang tamang pagbabrush at tamang pangangalaga ng ipin at their early age, okay? And then, in despite of pandemic period, ayan po sila with all the gadgets around, but children are being checked up. One of the things that we also make it a point that pinalakas po namin the community greening program for our additional food for the supplemental feeding. So there is always backyard gardening or adapt vacant lot in the nearby ECCD or barangay hall for them to plant vegetables, herbs, para maalis yung mga insects and other plants that can help the fight illness to or sa mga bata. During that period, ayan, they have protocols as we are doing everywhere, paglilinis, pag-aayos, and our barangay health office and Endro are doing that very, very malimit, lalo na if there is or there are barangays who had the high issue or concerns on COVID-19. So as you can see, although bawal po ang bote, but we observe that all the premises of the centers are being cleaned, no, walang water na stagnant, lahat ng space kung pwede taniman, and other means na maibigay para sa karapatan ng bata. So on the next photo, ayan po yan, yung ating the usual health and safety protocols, check-up, buying or probation of LGUs na mga temperature check and disinfection anong tawag, liquid or wearing of PPE, yan po ay provided din ng local government unit, and provision of course of vitamins and food to service providers, lalo-lalo na noon po nga about 2020 to 2021. Another thing is yung pag-conduct po ng session. If my parents is may hiling, minsan sasama ang bata, pero talagang nag-utilize po sila sa labas ng ECCD center, either outside para el fresco or under the tree. We have lots of, in every barangay may community coverage court, para po maisagawa ito para ma-avoid natin. And it's good to note, hindi po kami na-report o nagkameron ng paghawa or nagkameron ng problema dito sa aming AMLD program. Of course, at the end of every year, we still have the moving up after every session. Hindi natin maiwasan na ang mga nanay humiling even on a virtual mode. So as you can see on the following photos are the different ordinances, executive orders that was signed and as service providers being implemented in the city from the yung pagbebenta ng cigarettes, pagbebenta ng mga intoxicating drinks ay bawal sa minor, okay? And then yung pag-impose ng curfew hours and the likes, as you can see, yan po yung mga ordinances ng mula 1908 up to this year ay patuloy po. In 2016, as you can see, dito ay adopted the ordinance of ECCD conversion from the DCS to ECCD. Inagahan na po natin yan dahil ang batas ay 2012 pa. And then an ordinance of yung pag-akap sa breastfeeding. Kaya yan merong breastfeeding area po even inside the ECCD center for the mother now when they about to bring their child, may dalang bata because wala mapag-iwanan, meron sila ng anuhan na ang bata ay makakasuso. So other sexual orientation or gender identity and expression of pangangalaga para sa mga bata. Ordinance restoring curfew as I mentioned. There are also resolutions. Ang sample po niyan ay to name a few, yung family I mentioned yung ordinance creating the Adolescent and Youth Health Council para po the participation of youth in the program implementation and ang paggawa ng agenda na kailangan ang kabataan na ibukas din po ang kanilang mga minds para makatulong po sa adult to craft resolution, ordinances. So community hearing, ini-invite po sila ng SB. So most of these laws, ordinances are crafted from the national laws na kinakailangan po na maisagawa sa local level. The executive orders, of course, the creation of City Council for the welfare of children, ngayon ay for the protection of children. Yan po ay every right after election ng city level ay nag-create po ng nahalal na punong lungsod. Okay, we during that period also, we were have the different MOAs na na-sign para po completely ma-implement kung what is being asked for by the national down to the local level, including the councils that should be created, nutrition, protection of children, the VAUC, and others. And coupled with the fact that we do provide family development sessions, which includes VAUC, the the Safe Space Act. Paulit-ulit po namin yung ibinibigay sa barangay. Yung 107 po na barangay child development centers, pinupuntahan po para ma-reach out natin sila. We do legworks for this. The trainings and seminars that were launched in 2017, 2019, is sponsored of course by ECCD. Ang inyo pong lingkod ay isa sa na-trained and receive 12 units on masteral of ECCD as manager of this program. So we are also lucky to have 11 child development centers who were also trained and they received 18 units of masteral on ECCD program. And thanks for ECCD National Council, very extensive program. We were also, beneficiary of, if you still remember the BUB, the bottom-up budgeting program, through DILG and DSWD. Ang isa po doon sa 3.5 million na ginawa is the daycare worker administration capability building in partnership with Laguna Provincial Office, DSWD, and the UP, Los Baños. Malapit lang po kami. Ito po ginagawa na namin noon pa, being founded by the local, pero nagkataon na gantipalaan po kami ng pondo. And most of them had reached to up to level 4 training on daycare worker administration, as you can see in the photos. And then different sessions during summertime, in coordination with the Council of for the Protection of Women, even livelihood projects for women, all the family development sessions being provided by DILG, by DSWD, and even the private sectors or the CSOs. So as you can see, hindi namin kinakalimutan ang aming well-being as service providers. We have night, sometimes before pandemya, nakakamerong dance and music para naman ma-recognize natin yung pagod ng mga child development workers who have been sometimes working 24/7 during disaster time. So, naggantipalaan din po kami ng isang building through the ECCD National Council na ito po ay established in Barangay Tingga Itaas, the first barangay who, when we appealed for a lot and nakapagbigay ng 250 square meters lot, at hindi po nagtagal, ang local government i-adapt yung bagong building law or design under Republic Act 1014, kaya sa nearby barangay, another building rose at nagawa at more or less a budget of I think 5 million or up, including the fences and the gates, okay?
Last 2 minutes, ma'am, to wrap up po. Thank you.
Celebrations. Of course, yan, makikita po ninyo yung mga pictures designed by the National Office. The launching of Children's Congress, as you can see, you can roll the photos. Ang Teachers Congress po ito, uulitin po namin ngayong taong ito. Of course, the monthly celebrations focus on, of course, development, welfare, and then moral values for children. The monthly celebrations, the best thing that we also did is the meeting of private learning centers. We visited them, we conduct sessions for them based on the laws of Republic Act 1014, at amin po silang ginawan that they can be licensed, accredited, and assessed later on. So the national advisories, of course, what is in the law, we implement. What is being us, we do, like virtual conferences, tuloy-tuloy po yan, para hindi maputol, mag-guide ang aming nasa sa mga GIDA, even in GIDA. Pagsasagawa ng mga pandemias, pandemic policies, and then from cleanliness, and then program adaptation, even nga po sa island barangays, medical check-ups pa rin, the distribution of course of food during or the height of typhoon coupled with pandemic. Our child development workers during summertime are providing their own program materials, medyo life-size po yan. And then sa huli po, makikita po natin dyan yung 10 na may 10 hawak silang mga child development workers para po lahat ay level up. And then of course, nagka-award din po tayo sa feeding program. We were included in the book of the ECCD National Council. We received the Palata Award also for ECCD program implementation. As mentioned, the storybook of ECD National, as you can see in the photos. Nag-radio guesting din po tayo, as you can see. And then yung given by ECCD National din po yung other programs, and then naging child-friendly city kami matagal ng panahon, but yung Kalasag Award during disaster time. So yun nga, yung radio guesting, regional and national award din po ang ilan sa ating mga child development centers. And gusto ko po itong huli, itong mga challenges. We are still supporting the Kwentuhan Bulilit, of course, parent mentoring, other parents who cannot go out because may alaga sila, a roster of PLCs, continuously, and then provision of seminars, establishment of ECC library, yan po yung aming mga challenges. And the last, that is the assignment in Batangas City is the introduction of Nature's Best program, yung exposure of children to nature. That's why on the last part of June of this year, Batangas City was adjudged as sa Edu Champion given by DSWD, DILG, and ECCC National Office because of this program that were implemented for our ECCD. So we strengthen the ECCDIS being asked for, the learning package improving more, and then some more. Ito po yung pinakahuli, yung Nature Best. So with that, we hope we had shared to you what Batangas City is doing for the welfare of children, particularly the 0 to 4. Thank you once again. Good afternoon. Keep safe to everyone.
Maraming salamat po, Miss Española, sa napaka-komprehensibo, no, na sharing po na ginagawa ng Batangas City on ECCD, no, and nakita natin na congratulations po sa mga awards din na na-receive natin. Masarap po sa pakiramdam, no, na yung lahat ng pagod, no, na ginawa natin para sa programa ay may nakikita naman na nagre-recognize din sa ating mga ginagawa. And if you will notice po, no, yung presentation po ng Batangas City, hindi po din natin siya nakikita just a standalone project, no, on ECCD, but there's really a high potential when we link it to the larger context of development, no? So yung mga sinasabi po ni Ma'am na feeding program, no, pwede po natin kasi yan i-relate yung contribution nila dito sa mga indices, sa mga international indices that we have when looking at SDG, no, yung zero hunger, ganyan, and then yung pagdating sa Global Gender Gap Index on health, no? So makikita po natin yung connect nito, yung contribution po ni Batangas City. And more importantly, if we can also look into on linking it doon sa yung sa access ng mga nanay natin, no, sa economic opportunity because of having this very successful ECCD program. So maraming salamat po ulit, Miss Mil Española. Now po, another interesting presentation will be done by Dr. Krishna Ray Places, the Director of the University Center for Gender and Development of Philippine Normal University. Dr. Places will share with us the details of the participatory gender audit that their university conducted last year. So Dr. Places, the virtual floor is yours.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po.
Hi po. Good day po. My name is Len Cadi, Administrative Staff of the University Center for Gender and Development from Philippine Normal University, Manila Campus. On behalf of Dr. Krishna Ray Palses, I am here to present the Participatory Gender Audit 2021. The PGA is stated as a gender analysis method in CMO 1 series of 2015, a requirement in crafting the GAD manual. PCW's Gender Mainstreaming Enhanced Framework also claims gender audit as one of its bases. The main outcome of the audit is a report that includes recommendations for performance improvement and concrete actions for follow-up by the audited unit or organization, the ILO, PGA, or International Labor Organization Participatory Gender Audit. PCW based its own evaluative documents or toolkits from it. PNU derived its methodology or audit proper, the desk review, workshops, questionnaires, and report mechanisms from the ILO PGA. Other Philippine and HEI specific elements will also be integrated into the key areas. The ILO PGA is really an expert-assisted self-assessment process. Facilitators should make it clear that their role is to assist the audited unit in self-evaluating their gender capacity and to support it in the identification of recommendations. The PGA is a process that considers whether internal practices and related support systems for gender mainstreaming are effective and reinforce each other and whether they are being followed. It monitors and assesses the relative progress made in gender mainstreaming. It establishes a baseline. It identifies critical gaps and challenges It recommends ways of addressing them and suggests new and more effective strategies. And it documents good practices towards the achievement of gender equality. There were multiple phases. The planning phase involves multiple consultations with unit heads of the International Labour Organization, CHR, PCW, CHED, and among others. PNU's UCGB were advised directly by Ms. Joanne Dorothy of ILO Training Center from Turin, Italy, Ms. Linda Work, Director of ILO Philippines, Commissioner Karen Gomez Bunti of the CHR, Ms. Sandy Montano from PCW, Dr. Caroline Sabuchea from CHED, Ana Foss Tubera, Director of Gender Activities, IPUC, and among others. The training phase involves identifying the certified ILO facilitators who were Ms. Yotsna Roy from India and Attorney Bayo Calendar from Sweden. The trainees were members of the CHED Technical Panel on Gender, as well as CHED Regional Offices GAD focal persons. Here are some of the photograph evidences that occurred during the PGA. A university memorandum was released last October to mark the start of the campus-wide gender analysis process. The audit phase involves 4 sub-phases: the desk review, interviews, workshops, and report writing. The entire process took around 10 months. And the next piece is to establish a monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure that the university has responded to the recommendations and manifested responsive TAPs. There is an entire book report of the insights and lessons generated through the audit, which is the PGA report. The main insight is that the participatory approach is more in-depth and accurate. Marginalized genders find more courage to voice out their concerns and ideas when they can directly speak to a good listener or participate safely in a group workshop. Data gathering in gender issues has always been problematic due to the delicate context, but the participatory approach utilized in the PGA has been tremendously helpful in getting more accurate data. Observations and recommendations are organized and announced. Among those, sample findings were: 1. Gender issues in the context of the work unit and existing gender expertise, competence, and capacity building. The findings were: in terms of gender expertise and competence, there is no pool of GAD experts in the university. There is no GAD specialist per unit or office. The university invited external resource persons and trainers in their GAD trainings. Moreover, capacity building trainings were attended by permanent or regular employees only. As a result, awareness of other personnel in units or offices on gender equality and the GAD programs of the university was low. There is balance in the distribution of gender competence between male and female in units or offices. Available opportunities are afforded for both sexes. Recommendations for this were to establish GAD pool of experts, male, female, LGBTQ+, and conduct need assessment of personnel per unit or office. Second is gender in work units objectives, programming and implementation cycles, and choice of partner organization. The findings were: in terms of implementation cycles, there were no established monitoring and evaluation mechanisms indicating gender-specific indicators or systems and methods to measure results. Thus, reviews of accomplishments and plans for the succeeding academic year lacked substantial data supposed to be generated from the previous academic year through a monitoring and evaluation instrument or method. In choosing partner organizations, the MOUs and MOAs reflected the criterion for partnership. PNU has partnered with NGOs, women organizations, and international organizations on GAD-related activities, programs, and projects. However, it is noted that units or offices do not have specified partner organizations. Recommendations for this were to adopt a unified monitoring and evaluation instrument or tool, and identify other best GAD implementers and GAD champions and forge partnership with them. Third is information and knowledge management within the work unit and gender equality policy as reflected in its product and public image. The findings were there were no GAD advocacy materials within the work units or offices. Instead, all GAD advocacy materials were placed in the University Center for Gender and Development, or UCG. There are web pages, social media platforms, and newsletter for the university. But all these communication platforms do not have a section dedicated to GAD. Recommendations were to establish electronic and printed core GAD materials, which includes the following policies related to gender, and dedicate a section on GAD in web page, newsletter, and social media platforms. Fourth is the decision-making, staffing, and human resources and organizational culture. The findings were, in terms of staffing and human resources, there is a selection board responsible for the recruitment. Selection of personnel is based on qualifications. Processes were balanced and non-discriminatory. It was also confirmed by all that PNU is a highly feminized university. Most of the top positions have been occupied by women. In terms of organizational culture, PNU has established its GAD focal point system and Committee on Decorum and Investigation, or CODI, but not everyone is aware of the CODI and its functions. Some of the GSPS members confirmed that there were sexual harassment incidents in the university, and there were claims that some of sexual harassment incidents were not appropriately addressed by the management because the perpetrators are university officials. There were no black guidelines in the use of gender-fair language. There were also reported incidents on inappropriate jokes that caused discomfort to some females in the university. This particular concern was addressed by the management. An issue was also raised concerning student mothers who need to take prolonged leave due to childbirth and reproductive duties. There is no policy that addresses this matter. The university has a plan to offer programs on gender studies, known for its being a highly feminized institution. The programs can help encourage more males to join PNU and become advocates for gender equality. Recommendations were review our human resource and development policies, adopt a gender-fair language manual, identify programs for LGBTQ+ community, intensify advocacy for anti-sexual harassment, rape, and gender-based violence, adopt a policy for student mothers who need to take a prolonged leave due to childbirth and other reproductive duties. Last is the work unit's perception of achievement on gender equality. PNU has been practicing non-discriminatory or inclusivity principles in admission of students, hiring of faculty, hiring of officials, designation of deans and program heads, designation of students, faculty and employee representatives, and choice of partner organizations through the years, but it was not explicit in the policy manuals of the universities. Other issues noted by the auditors are the following. The curricula across all programs do not have gender equality perspectives. Awareness on integration of GAD perspectives in the curricula was low, and there are no policies on substantial utilization of sex-disaggregated data. Recommendations were to institutionalize a policy on non-discrimination and inclusivity at PNU. Genderize the curricula of all programs by cluster through trainings or faculty and administrators. adopt a policy of utilization of sex disaggregated data in academic and non-academic planning and reporting in all units and offices. The practical result is a heightened institutional self-awareness on the culture, accomplishments, and directions of the university on gender equality. Through the results and the recommendations of the PGA facilitators, PNU administration will review its organizational structure to evaluate whether the number of employees were equal and adequate. As to decision-making, this will also help in ensuring that all genders were given equal opportunity to raise their voice and express their thoughts. Discriminatory and outdated policies will also be reviewed to cater new and mandates for the promotion of gender equality and empowerment. PNU will also institutionalize a policy on non-discrimination and inclusivity, genderize the curricula of all programs by clusters, trainings or faculty and administrators, adopt a policy of utilization of sex disaggregated data in academic and non-academic planning, and reporting in all units and offices. There were challenges in this assessment. The first challenge was the availability of the Philippine participatory gender audit experts as assigned by the ILO. While there are gender audit experts in the Philippines, the method is usually not participatory. This was addressed by consulting the ILO Training Center and having them help us secure certified ILO facilitators to train gender experts on the participatory approach of gender audit. The second challenge is that the ILO participatory gender audit has never been conducted through a full online modality in an HCI. This was addressed by consulting with Philippine Labor Group on how they conducted their ILO PGA. Ample financial sources and a clear timeline facilitated the success of the PGA on the technical level. However, it was the dedication of the UCG office to the advocacy of gender equality, as well as the expertise of the PGA facilitators that completed the PGA. In addition to the achievements of the PGA and PNU, the CHED Technical Panel on Gender under Commissioner Alvin Dalilag is eyeing the Philippine PGA for other HEIs in the country. The success of the PGA in PNU will soon be manifested in other partner HEIs in the Philippines. An agreement on the monitoring and evaluation of the PGA was already being processed by CHED and PNU to ensure that the recommendations are responded to. It has also been recommended that the PGA will be regularly facilitated in PNU every 4 or 5 years. By the end of November, narrative report was to be shared with the ILO, International Labor Organization. Also, we shall be finalizing the Philippine Participatory Gender Audit, an HEI-specific audit derived from experience of implementing the original PGA from ILO. By October, we have already lobbied it for utilization of member universities of ASTEN, making the Philippine PGA the first HEI-specific audit process in ASEAN, and perhaps even the world. Since the Philippine Participatory Gender Audit is for free sharing, financial sustainability is no problem. However, we would like to expand the sustainability of the PPGA to include its utilization and continuous improvement. We have scheduled our South Luzon and Visayas campus for its own audit this 2023 to 2024. We have also been promoting the use of PPGA through our networks, including the Philippine Association of Schools, or PASU, the National Network of Normal Schools, and other partners. After each audit, a narrative report shall be the basis of points of improvement of the process. Like curricula, the PPGA shall continuously quality improvement. During a presentation in PASO, our university president received numerous communications from different groups expressing interest in having their own audit. and they would like you to help them. This sides with our vision that the PPGA shall have a greater impact through wider utilization. We recommend the PGA for other universities due to its capacity to provide a detailed picture of the status of gender equality, its accomplishments, challenges, and directions. The participatory approach is immensely helpful because it invites transparency, spontaneity, and sincerity from the participating students, faculty, and staff. That's it po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po, Ms. Len Calip, no? And I also applaud PNU for undergoing a participatory gender audit kasi hindi po talaga madali, and very few lang of the institutions that we know na nag-undergo ng PGA kasi very tedious po yung process niya, no? But I guess more than the concentrating on the process, no, what is important in PGA is not just identifying the gender issues, but really following the recommendation. So baka later on during the open forum, baka itanong namin din sa inyo, no, ano na yung status of the recommendations made, no? Nasa ang level na tayo in terms of implementing or actualizing those recommendations. Salamat ulit, Ms. Calip. The next presentation will be led by Mr. Mac Paul Bersola Alario, the Project Development Officer 3 of Department of Social Welfare and Development Field Office 2, designated as Regional MCCT Focal Person for Indigenous Peoples in Geographically Isolated and Disadvantaged Areas. Mr. Alario is also a member of the NGRP of PCW. He will share about DSWD special sessions for solo parents under the module for Pantawid Solo Parents. Mr. Alario?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Once again, I'm Macpo V. Alario from the SWD Field Office 2, and I will be presenting to you the initiative of our field office on gender and development entitled Special Sessions for Solo Parents. Nagsimula po ang aming initiative na ito dahil po sa problemang nakita po namin sa field na kung saan ang ating mga solo parents ay particularly ang ating mapantawid pamilyang Pilipino program beneficiaries, particularly ang ating mga solo parents ay hindi po napapasali sa math sessions patungkol sa responsible parenting and any gender-related topics during their family development session. So dahil ang nire-require po kasi ng program and other agencies and na nagkakandak ng responsible parenting modules ay couples na kung saan dapat nandoon po si Mr. at saka si Mrs. Kaya itong mga solo parents natin ay kung minsan ay na-exempt sila sa conditionality ng program na mag-attend ng family development session or hindi sila natatag as compliant to the program conditionality dahil nga po wala naman po silang katuwang sa buhay sa pagpapalaki po ng kanilang mga anak. Yung oportunidad na, wait lang, hindi po pala. I'm so sorry, wait lang po. So yung oportunidad po na matuto po sila sa mga special sessions po natin. So yung mga oportunidad po na para matuto po sila sa mga vital roles ay vital topics or modules po ay hindi po sila nabibigyan ng oportunidad dahil nga po sa solo parents lang po sila. Kaya ang tanong po namin noon ay bakit hindi sila napapasali sa mga ganitong session? Sila ba ay hindi considered as parents or wala ba silang karapatang matuto sa pagiging responsible parents or hindi ba dapat sila yung mas ginagabayan natin? Kaya tinignan din po namin yung profile po ng aming solo parents sa Region 2 and we were able to determine that we have 3,665 solo parent Pantawid beneficiaries out of 92,000 active beneficiaries po ng Region 2. So nung mga panahong yun, equivalent to 4%. So imagine po kung itong 3,000 na ito hindi po nakakapag-attend ng responsible parenting modules ay masyado pong malaki para sa amin. And we also look into the compliance rate of our region pagdating sa pag-a-attend ng mga beneficiaries po natin sa family development sessions. In period 5 of 2016, nakita po namin that out of the 12,808 non-compliant beneficiaries po namin, 536 po doon ay solo parents. So 4.18% ang equivalent po nito. And yung 4.18% na yun ay medyo malaki para sa amin. Hindi lang po iilan, kundi systemic para po sa amin. The reason why we were able to research, pinag-aralan po namin kung paano po namin itataas ang compliance rate ng aming mga solo parents, as well as maibigay po sa kanila yung oportunidad na matuto ng responsible parenting and other gender-related reasons na hindi na po kailangang ihiwalay pa po sila or hindi pa po yung kailangang exempt po sila. No, the reason why na ipanganak po namin ang special sessions for solo parents. No, this module ay para po intended for the solo parents ng ating program, Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. And the result of this module was this was the guide of our field implementers in conducting yung ating special sessions for solo parents. Ano yung mga topics na kailangan po nilang tutukan, ano yung mga kailangan nilang bigyan ng emphasis on the rights and the programs na pwede pong i-avail ng ating mga Pantawid solo parents sa kanilang local government units at sa mga national government agencies. And this through this module din po, we were able to initiate the organization of Pantawid solo parents. Inorganisa po natin yung mga solo parents po natin sa mga municipalities para po ay patuloy po yung pagbibigay po natin sa kanila ng assistance and increase in compliance to program conditionalities, specifically family development session, na yung sinasabi ko po kaninang 536 non-compliant solo parents po natin ng P5 of 2016, 91% of them already complied with the program conditionality from period 1 to period 6 of 2018. And yung inisyatibo pong ito ay was already recognized by our central office as one of the department's knowledge product in line with gender mainstreaming work of the department to its program and services. At paano po ba namin nabuo ang aming special sessions for solo parents? Siyempre sinimulan po namin ito sa right shop na kung saan ay mas pinaganda po namin yung packaging, yung nilalaman po ng module po namin para talagang matumbok po namin kung ano po talaga yung kailangang malaman ng ating mga solo parents, specifically our beneficiaries, no? In-invite po namin dito ang mga solo parent Pantawid staff po natin, yung mga field implementers po natin, as well as yung mga Pantawid solo parent beneficiaries po natin. Kasi mas maganda kung manggagaling din po sa kanila mismo kung maayos ba or maganda ba yung mga topics na i-discuss natin sa modules at makapagbigay din po sila ng opinion at ng kanilang obserbasyon. Ayan. Maraming salamat po. Ayan, ng kanilang obserbasyon at yung mga magaganda pang pwedeng ilagay natin sa modules na talagang tatatak sa isip ng ating mga solo parents. And of course, after po naming mapackage, maayos yung aming Pantawid or special sessions for solo parents, ay inilaunch po namin ito. Kasama po namin dito ang mga other national government agencies. Nandyan po ang POPCOM, nandyan po ang Philippine Information Agency and other national government agencies. Talaga naman pong sumuporta sa special sessions for solo parents module po namin. Ginawa po namin ito taong 2017 and 2018 and it was participated by solo parents all over the region, no? And at the same time, right after po nung aming launching ay nag-conduct din na rin po kami agad-agad ng trainings for trainers or TOT on special sessions for solo parents, trinain po namin ang aming mga field implementers kung paano po ba nila i-implementa ang special sessions for solo parents sa kanilang mga area of assignments, no? Kung paano po yung messaging natin sa mga pantawid solo parents po natin para maintindihan po nila ano po ba ang pagiging solo parents, ano yung mga karapatan po nila, at how they will raise their children in gender responsive manner, at marami pa pong ibang topiko regarding po sa responsible parenting, no? And right after nung TOT po natin ay in-incorporate na po ito ng mga field implementers natin sa kanilang family development sessions, no, all over the region. And yung mga challenges po namin habang ginagawa po namin itong aming special sessions for solo parents ay unang-una ay hindi naman po kami eksperto pagdating sa pag-develop ng module. Ay talagang sinikap lang po talaga namin na makapag-come up ng isang magandang module para po sa ating mga field implementers. Dahil nga po wala naman po kaming masyadong budget or limited lang po yung budget na meron po kami. So kailangan yun lang po yung magamit po namin. At since nasa amin naman po ay sa amin naman po ay nagtutulungan at talaga namang nagbibigay ng kanya-kanya po nilang opinion at nakinig po kami sa mga ideas ng ating mga solo parents mula po sa baba, sa mga grassroots, sa ating mga field implementers para lang po mapaganda yung module po natin. And that time din po ay hindi naman din po kami ganun kagaling when it comes to layouting ng aming libro, ng aming module. So ginamit po namin yung mga kasamahan po namin na marunong sa pagle-layout po at pagpapaganda ng aming module. Kaya po nakapag-come up kami ng isang napakagandang special sessions for solo parents. And supposed to be the special sessions for solo parent book or module ay ibibigay po namin sa 3,665 pantawid solo parents po namin. Pero dahil nga po limited lang po yung budget po namin, ay ginawa na lang po namin itong 87 copies, 1 copy each municipality for the field implementers lamang na magsisilbing gabay para po sa kanila in implementing special sessions for solo parents. So yun po yung ilan po sa mga challenges na na-encounter po namin. So ano yung nag-motivate po sa amin to continue at i-push po namin pa yung naimpusahan po namin sa special sessions for solo parents. Una dyan, of course, the support of our agency, yung top management po namin na talagang mula po pa lang po sa right shop hanggang po sa implementation ng aming special sessions for solo parents, nandoon po sila at pinakita po talaga nila na itong module na ito ay para po kailangan po nating matapos at kailangan po nating ibigay sa mga beneficiaries po natin. And of course, yung teamwork po ng ating mga kasamahan, ng aming kasamahan, sabi ko nga kanina, wala pong eksperto sa amin sa paggawa po ng module, wala pong magaling sa pag-layout po sa amin, pero sa pagtutulungan po ng bawat isa, natapos po namin at nagawa po namin ng maganda yung special sessions for solo parents po namin. And the support of our national government agencies, talagang hindi naman po talaga matatawaran yung suportang ipinakita po nila sa amin para po makilala ng publiko ang special sessions for solo parents ng DSWD Field Office 2. At yung suporta na ipinakita din po ng mga pantawid solo parent beneficiaries po natin mula po sa pag-prepare or write shop po natin hanggang sa launching and implementation. Nandoon po sila na talagang sinabi pa po nila na-appreciate nila yung paggawa ng module kasi talagang naramdaman nilang special po sila, talagang binibigyan po sila ng pagkakataong matuto, no, sa mga responsible parenting modules, no, at iba pa, no, at maintindihan nila kung ano man po yung batas, kung ano po yung batas na gumagabay at pumoprotekta po sa karapatan po nila. And the dedication as well of our field implementers, sila po talaga yung dahilan kung bakit nakilala po din ang special sessions for solo parents ng ating mga local government units, no? So ano pa po yung mga other success stories po namin? Dahil po dito, nagtalaga po kami ng solo parents focal person po namin sa field office under Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program na magfo-focus po sa issues and concerns ng mga solo parent beneficiaries po natin and would propose activities to address yung issues and concerns po namin. At isa po sa pinakamagandang success story rin po ng librong ito ay nagkaroon po ay naorganisa po namin ang ilan sa mga solo parent groups po natin at tinawag po natin itong MANA. No, yung MANA, it means ama ina. No, they are being guided by the vision that empowered, equipped, and responsible Pantawid solo parents living in a progressive society with improved quality of life. At ganoon din po yung kanilang mission na MANA, Pantawid Solo Parent Group, is committed to serve as partners in empowering every Pantawid solo parents towards equal access to social services and participate in nation building for an improved quality of life. Ayan po. So ano po yung mga insight generated po namin, yung mga insights na nakuha po namin from our beneficiaries. Yun nga po yung sinabi ko po kanina, that they were able to feel that they were also recognized and they felt that they are also important part of our society, na through special sessions for solo parents ay napakalaking tulong po ito para maintindihan po nila kung paano ba maging responsabling parent para po sa mga anak nila since sila po ay mag-isa na lang nilang tinataguyod ang pamilya po nila, at ano-ano yung mga available services sa local government unit as well as sa national government agencies para po masuportahan itong mga solo parents po natin. And isa sa mga lessons na natutunan po natin ay hindi lang dapat inaalam kung ano ang batas para po sa solo parents, pero dapat pinag-uusapan ito sa local government units, sa mga national government agencies. Dapat meron tayong malinaw na plano para po sa kanila. Dapat hindi rin po natin sila nakakalimutan at isinasantabi, no? And paano po namin nasusustain yung aming gains sa special sessions for solo parents? We were able to ask for the assistance of our local government unit to support the organized groups of Pantawid solo parents. No? Yung mga na-organisa po nating mga solo parents group, no, para po ma-strengthen, ma-empower pa po sila lalo, ay hinihingi po namin ang suporta ng local government unit. And isa din po sa mga kailangan pa po naming tutukan ay yung itap pa po lalo ang local government units to empower more solo parents, especially yung mga non-Pantawid beneficiaries naman po natin, by adopting yung ating SSSP module or Special Sessions for Solo Parent module po natin. So our recommendation is sa nagagawin pa po namin sa mga susunod pang taon ay yung enhancement po ng module po namin. Marami pa po kaming kailangan or gusto pa naming pagandahin lalo ang nilalaman ng aming module to include the discussion on expanded Solo Parent Welfare Act, and of course we will also be monitoring yung mga organized solo parents po namin, saan na po sila, kumusta na po sila. So yun po yung mga gagawin po namin sa mga susunod pa pong taon. And that ends my presentation. Once again, I'm Macpol V. Alario. Thank you po for listening.
Salamat po, Mr. Alario, no? And I think we all share that qualities, no, as God advocates, no, bawal yung salitang hindi ko kaya, no? So lahat posible, no? And yung mga weaknesses and challenges na yan will not hinder us, no, to move forward and to develop programs, special programs for the vulnerable groups, no, and for your beneficiary, yung target beneficiary niya is the solo parents, no, and talagang kailangan nila ng tulong sa society natin kasi unlike in other countries, napakaganda ng mga social protection and social benefits programs for solo parents, pero sa atin kulang, and so thank you, no, for focusing on that, no. Sige, and last but not the least for today's presentation is the Engendering Curriculum and Instruction of the President Ramon Magsaysay State University, which will be presented by Dr. Ara Kitaneg Abaniel. Dr. Abaniel is Assistant Professor 4 at President Ramon Magsaysay State University in Zambales, where she teaches physics and education subjects to undergraduate and graduate students. She also serves as the Gender and Development Director of PRMSU. So now, Dr. Abaniel, the virtual floor is yours.
Good afternoon po. Ma'am, I also submitted a recorded video.
Sige po, yung ating tech team po, pa-up na lang po ang video.
STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering. Good afternoon. I'm Ara Q. Abanyal from President Ramon Magsaysay State University, and I'm going to share with you our good practice on engendering curriculum and instruction, gender fair education, and syllabi review. So why did we come up with this project or activity? We know that in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, mathematics subjects, and social sciences subjects, the roles of women are seldom highlighted. For example, in mathematics, we seldom discuss female mathematicians. In sciences, we also seldom discuss female scientists and the likes. So mainstreaming in curriculum and instruction was confined to having gender sensitivity trainings and other GAD-related trainings involving our students. So before this project, we were not really sure if we are really mainstreaming gender and development in instruction or in the curriculum, aside from having those trainings. As of now, we are also offering courses. We are also offering the general education course, the Gender in Society. But aside from that, we really want to mainstream gender concepts, mainstream gender issues and concerns in the curriculum and instruction so that it will be really sustainable. So what we did is we came up with this engendering curriculum and syllabi review with the general education course faculty members. So we have English faculty members, science, Filipino, mathematics, history, and of course headed by Dr. Santi Magdalas, the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, wherein the JEC courses are under his supervision. So we had this activity. These are the participants. It's a 2-day activity. For the first day, we have reviewed gender and development basic concepts. It's like a refresher, a short training, because some of the teachers are new at PRMSU. So we had this short review of GAD basic concepts so that they can identify what topics can they integrate in their courses. Then after the review of the GAD basic concepts, we had breakout rooms wherein we had English department, science department, mathematics department, social sciences department. They reviewed their syllabi for general education courses. So altogether, they look at the syllabi and then they identify what concepts can we integrate, what gender and development concepts can we actually integrate in the course. Then the second day, October 12th, is the preparation of reports, and they finalized the syllabi. Then they also presented what gender concepts were actually integrated in the gen ed courses. So for example, this one is the presentation of the Department of Social Studies or Social Sciences, wherein they were able to review readings in the Philippine history, the contemporary world, and the life and works of Rizal. So this is their presentation, wherein it's via Zoom. They have showed their syllabus, and then they highlighted what gen ed or what GAD concept was integrated in the syllabus. So for example, let me share with you the outputs of this project. We have, for example, the mathematics in the modern world. Aside from just identifying a topic which they can integrate, they also identified objectives, which is gender related. So we have, for example, this gender sensitive and responsive objective. to advocate of gender equality through the promotion and creation of gender equal society where barriers to personal and economic growth like sexism, stereotyping, and gender discrimination is eradicated. So they also integrated another objective in their program objectives. So we have promote gender sensitivity and responsiveness in work environment and community by promoting gender equality through the teaching and learning processes employed, research outputs, and language use. And another one is the course integrate in course learning objective. So we have to generate respect to others, regardless of sex, avoid discrimination by accepting multiple differences between men and women, and increase social awareness on issues such as gender inequality, discrimination, and abuse. So they even found a way to integrate objectives, GAD objectives in their course. Aside from that, of course, they were able to identify a topic which they can include in the introductory part of mathematics. So they have this great male and female mathematicians of all types. As I have mentioned, usually we only highlight male mathematicians, male scientists, but this time they have written in the syllabus to discuss great male and female mathematicians of all times. So this is in Philippine history. So they were able to identify concepts which they can include in chapter 2. For example, in the different historical sources and criticism, they now integrated gender biases. So then it will involve discussion on gender stereotypes, then gender bias, and discrimination. So another topic in chapter 5, in social, economic, political, and cultural issues, they included the SOGI bill, the marginalization of IP women, and the patriarchal theory. So these faculty members of social sciences were able to identify these topics to be integrated in their general education course. And then also environmental crisis and sustainable development. So they have highlighted here the role of women in sustainable development. Then in the global demography, they included women in the reproductive rights and then the feminist perspective. So it's nice to know that the faculty members are really oriented about gender development concepts, and they were able to identify the concepts which really suit their general education course. So this is another topic under social sciences, the life and works of Rizal. So they added in the learning objective, discussed the unequal status of women and men in society. So a topic added was social status of women in the society. Then also in the Rizal's life, to recognize the contribution of his mother. So the Rizal's life, family, childhood, and early education. So they added that objective. Recognize the role of his mother and siblings in his life. And then another one for Rizal's life, higher education, and life abroad. They included an objective, emphasizes freedom of thought and the right to education of women in Rizal's writing. So see, there are so many topics that they were able to integrate in the course, in the Rizal course. So this is another one. It's under psychology department. We have the understanding the self. So in their topic, the part 1, the self, from various perspectives, they included inclusion of female thinkers and inclusion of female philosophers. So in part 2, the unpacking the self, they included discussion, will include gender differences in the material needs. Aside from discussing the material self, they will highlight the gender differences in the material needs. Part 2, unpacking the self, the sexual self. So they have mentioned here the focus is on the difference on the biology of male and female bodies, especially on the reproductive system. Included in the discussion are STDs, and natural and artificial methods of contraception. So another topic we have included is ethics. So you can see here, they adjusted or they included in the topics or in the activities GAD concepts. Like, for example, the debate on reproductive health law. Then they also included in the ethical dimension of human existence, the overview of SOGBL. And in the assessment task, they have mentioned here, reflection on the Philippine transgender harassment cases. Then also another activity they added, even though they have not explicitly identified the topic, but they have mentioned it in the activities. So we have here, reflection on natural law with contemporary global feminism. And also in their activity or assessment task, they will include the reflection on the utilitarian view on human rights and gender equality, and the debate on same-sex marriage or divorce. Then they will also be including in the topic or in their activities under making informed decisions, reflection on gender roles to ethical decision-making. They came up with many activities that they can integrate, many gender-related activities that they can integrate in their syllabus or in their course. Debate, LGBT community, and morality. Then a reflection on virtue ethics on gender equality. So we also have another one. This is from Science Department. So we have here the inclusion of women of the scientific revolution. Okay, under the topic on history of science. And then we also have here the women scientists in the Philippines. And the Filipina inventions and innovations that created a large impact in scientific and technological developments in Philippine nation building. So you can see here what contributed to the success of the activity. The major factor which contributed to the success of this activity is really having gender-sensitive faculty members of general education subjects. So they are really aware on what gender development is. They are aware on what concepts are under gender and development, and then they were able to match it with the objectives of their courses. So they really identified what GAD concepts can possibly be integrated in their courses. So, and they are very willing to participate during our activity or project. It's just a 2-day activity of syllabi review, but they are really participative, and you have seen their outputs. Then, engendering the curriculum, including gender issues and concepts in the curriculum, can greatly contribute. So this is our realization in this project. Being able to integrate these concepts, being able to have these topics or GAD topics in general education subjects will really contribute in gender mainstreaming in instruction. So it's no longer just a separate training for them. It's no longer just a separate gender sensitivity training for our students, but it was integrated in their courses. And there are many topics that they can learn about gender and development through those different courses. And because of this, we are sure that 100% of PRMSU students will be oriented about gender concepts and issues through their general education courses. And it's also, for me, the realization is really nice to engage these teachers in mainstreaming gender in instruction, because they have this knowledge about the concepts or the GAD concepts that they can integrate in their fields. And they also have this dedication and they can appreciate what gender in development is if you will really engage them in this activity. If I'm the one who reviewed I'm only the one who reviewed the syllabi, maybe I will not be able to identify those concepts because I'm a science major. I'm not a social science major. I'm not ethics or psychology major. But engaging those teachers who are really knowledgeable about the field, and as I have mentioned, they are already gender sensitive. They are not knowledgeable about gender and development. So engaging them really help us succeed in this project. So when we talk about sustainability, since we are going to adopt this final syllabus across different satellite campuses, if there might be revisions, maybe we can still add gender and development concepts in the courses, but this will be the syllabus or the syllabi to be adopted by the satellite campuses. So that means there are gender and development concepts already integrated in those general education courses. So even though we will still continue with the trainings, but the knowledge of the students will be more profound in their general education courses. And then maybe we are planning to also review the modules. If the faculty members decide to come up with modules related to those courses, we can review the modules and look at those gender and development concepts really integrated in the modules of the students. And also the learning materials. We can also review the learning materials. And maybe after this, we can look into, since we already have face-to-face, so we can look into classroom visitations or observations to really see how these teachers integrate the gender and development concepts, and so that we can be sure that it was really being discussed in the class, aside from being reflected in the syllabus. So that would be all. And thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Abaniel. No, I think gender integration in the curriculum is really not, wait, sorry, malolobat ako. It's not really something new, no, but the problem here is it's remained to be a challenge, no, for all schools, I think, in terms of implementation. And I think more than just the content of integrating gender in the syllabus, no, in the syllabi, another challenge really is looking into the process or the methodology, the methods on how we implement it. As I think there should really there's a need for changing of mindset in terms of how to deliver these concepts, no? Kasi dapat the teacher should move away from the traditional lecture type to being a facilitator or a coach rather, pag nasa classroom, no? Otherwise, even if we have those concepts in the syllabus natin, no, if our faculty, no, are not equipped, no, to facilitate such process, parang mawawalan din ng saysay, no, yung mga dinevelop nating mga modules, dinevelop nating mga syllabus, no. Again, congratulations to all our presenters. Can we give them a heart and emoji or a virtual clap sa lahat ng nag-present? Ang gaganda ng mga presentations nyo. But before we proceed to the open forum, just very quickly, kasi earlier I just mentioned the figures, no, yung the submissions, kung ilan yung nag-submit, ilan yung nakuha namin. But I think it's also important to share with you the criteria, no, that we use to being able to identify the 9 presenters. And at this point, I would like to call Sir Mac of PCW to share with us very quickly ano yung criteria that we use in the selection. Sir Mac? Nakamute ka, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Sa program natin, dapat doon na sa third day, i-present natin yung criteria. But anyway, ang criteria na sinusundan natin, we develop the rubrics following doon sa Hagadaga principle of assessing the program or projects, whether they are gender sensitive or gender responsive. So may mga criteria na tinitingnan or elements doon sa halimbawa sa concept ng program, kung ito ba ay mayroon bang presence or participation yung men and women in designing the program or project. Sorry, wala akong copy ngayon dito sa criteria dahil I'm using a different laptop at hindi ko makita kaagad yung rubrics. But anyway, we will be sharing this on the third day. doon sa ano natin. So I hope yung mga participants natin will be present also during the third day para magkaroon tayo ng ano din appreciation kung paano natin nagkaroon ng selection. Doon pa lang sa ano kasi we went through a process of screening doon sa mga nag-submit ng kanilang mga entries. And so we shortlisted based on the criteria. And then we go through the second level of screening wherein yung mga nag-qualify doon sa first screening natin, we ask them to submit to us the full concept notes of their program and projects. So kung familiar kayo doon sa Hagadaga or Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines na ginagamit natin ng PCW, especially in assessing whether the program or project has mainstream gender and development perspective. Yun po yung ating anchoran na tool, but we expanded it a little bit para ma-consider din yung ibang elements na doon sa halimbawa sa may monitoring ba na ginagawa din tayo doon sa ating mga pinapresent na projects or program, yung sustainability ay kino-consider. Although sa HDDG nandoon na rin yung mga elements na yon. So siguro yun muna ang natin mai-share ngayon kasi we would like to have this time for the plenary to ask our presenters on some questions that we want to know more from their experience or from their program that they just shared to us this afternoon. So thank you.
Salamat po, Sir Mark. And I think we will have a more detailed presentation of the rubric,
Yes.
the criteria on the third day po. So,
Yes po.
yan po. So now po, alam ko marami nang gusto magtanong. No? If you have question po, please raise your hand or and unmute yourself, or you can also type your questions sa ating chat box. Sige po. Meron na po ba dyan tayong And I would like to request our presenters to please turn on their camera para makita tayo ng lahat, no? Ayan, salamat po. May tanong na po ba tayo? Sige, kami ni Sir. Ay, meron na ba? Meron na ba?
Ma'am?
Yes po, sir.
Opo, magandang hapon sa lahat. Just let me go straight, no? Sa solo parents ba na yung definition niya kung solo parent siya. Halimbawa, yung solo parents, meron siyang live-in, solo parents pa rin ba siya? Or sabihin natin na may partner siya pero unproductive na, pwede ba siya ma-qualify sa solo parent? Parang ganun ba? Yun lang pumapasok sa isipan ko, no? Thank you, thank you.
Salamat po, sir. Sir Mac, parang sa inyo po yata yung tanong na yun. Ano pong definition natin ng solo parent sa ating programa?
Hi po, magandang hapon. Wait lang po. Naririnig po ako malinaw?
Yes po, opo.
Sige po. Ayan po. Para po doon sa kasagutan po ni Sir, no, ang mga solo parents po, base po sa Republic Act 8972, ang definition po ng ating mga solo parents these are individuals who fall under any of the following categories. No, una, yung mga babae po who gives birth as a result of rape or crimes against chastity even without a final conviction of the offenders. Pangalawa, yung parents left a parent left solo or alone with the responsibility of parenthood due to death of spouse, yung mga widow or yung mga balo po natin, yung mga parents left solo or alone with the responsibility of parenthood while the spouse is detained or is servicing sentence of a criminal conviction of at least 1 year. So yung mga anak po na ay yung mga asawa pong nakakulong ng at least 1 year, no, yung mga asawa po nila, they are considered as solo parents. No, and as well as solo parents or parents left solo or alone with the responsibility of parenthood due to physical or mental incapability of spouse or certified by a public medical practitioner. Next po is solo parent or left solo or alone with the responsibility of parenthood due to legal separation or de facto separation from spouse or for at least 1 year. So yun po yung ilan lamang po sa mga definition po ng solo parents po natin. No, yung mga solo parents, yung mga breadwinners din po, they are considered as solo parents. Yung lone breadwinners po sa family, they are also considered as solo parents. Yung mga parent left solo or alone with the responsibility of parenthood due to declaration of nullity or annulment of marriage. So they are also considered as solo parents. No? Yung sinasabi po ni Sir na ano po na meron na po siyang kasama, no? Meron na po siyang katuwang, no? Tama po ba ako?
Live-in po, live-in, hindi legal.
Live-in partner po, no? Ano po ito as long as they are meron po siyang nakakasama para po tugunan yung pangangailangan po ng kanilang mga anak, ng kanilang pamilya po ay still they are considered as non-solo parent po. Yan po.
Sir, ano ko lang yung kaysa nung sinasabi ko na mayroon siyang kasama pero unproductive, no? Halimbawa, yung lalaki alcoholic na siya. In fact, psychologically apektado yung mga anak. Siyempre, pag alcohol abuse ang pumasok sa bahay, iba na yung ano, no? Of course, may mga worst case scenario pa nga na nangyayari. So, I don't know kung yun, no? Pero bago sagutin, sir, salamat sa reply, no? Ano ko na lang, total nandito naman. Kasi certainly, ang solo parents hindi lang sa region mo. Certainly, sa lahat ng region.
Yes,
yung practices nyo or na-institutionalize nyo na yan, baka pwede na sa buong Pilipinas. Ganun, no? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Napakalaking bagay din po para sa amin kung i-adapt din po ng buong ibang rehiyon yung module po yung naumpisahan po namin for our solo parents, no. With regards to the question po ni Sir po kanina, yung hindi naman po productive yung asawa or yung partner po, no, ay magfo-fall po siya doon sa category na any person who solely provides parental care and support to a child or children provided he or she is duly licensed as a foster parent, no, or yung solely, no, solely provides parental care or support for the children or child, no, they are considered as solo parent po. So kung yung partner po ay hindi naman po productive at hindi naman po nakakatulong sa pag-unlad ng kanilang pamilya at nagpro-provide at nagkakaroon pa ng ng psychological effect sa mga members of the family, yung nag-iisang nagtataguyod po sa pamilya, siya po ay considered as solo parent.
Salamat ulit sa sagot, sir. Salamat.
Salamat po. Salamat.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Ben Red and Sir Mac po. May message po tayo from the tech team kung pwede daw po munang mag-group photo before we continue to collect the questions. We request everyone to turn on their camera for our group picture. Sayang naman yung mga lipstick nyo. Pakita natin. Tech team, paki-ano na lang kung ready na kayo to take the photos.
Pwede matanggal lang ang face mask.
Oo.
Saglit
Ay,
lang.
very quickly.
Pa-open na po nung mga cameras po. Okay, so page 1 po tayo. Okay, so smile. Okay, teka lang po. So page 2 naman po. Okay, page 2 po. And smile po. Ayan, thank you po.
Thank you po. Maraming salamat. Hindi po. May question pa po tayo. Ano po ang ating may mga tanong pa po tayo para sa iba nating mga presenters?
Mamel?
Yes, ma'am. Nasaan po?
Doktora Bukoy raised her hand po.
Yes po, ma'am.
Hello, hello,
Yes,
Mel.
Hi, ma'am. Sige po, ma'am.
Congratulations to those who submitted their good practices and innovations in the sector on education. Pero yung concern ko talaga is how we gauge best practices. That's why when we were doing some compendium on good practices, we didn't use the word best practice because when we talk about best practices, it must cover projects that have been undertaken through a long period of time, maybe at least 5 years, to be able to test its positive impact on the clients or stakeholders involved. But I would like to congratulate the UP Cebu OWASH, Ramon Magsaysay University for your initiative on engendering the curriculum, and the ILG for the advancement of solo parents, as well as the early childhood education program in Batangas. So I would like to recommend yung titingnan yung impact ng projects, and that with regard education, it's very good that you highlighted the need for observation of the teachers, the actual classroom observations, but it would also be good to look at the impact on what Mel mentioned as changes on the norms and the ideas of the students. So we have cognitive level and the affective level would be measured. And also in looking at the curriculum, we just don't look at the number of topics that are incorporated in history, in sociology, in the study of politics, but how the pedagogy has really questioned feminist and masculinist biases in the courses that we taught, and how this has contributed really to the promotion of a gender fair education. So my suggestion to Mac, baka kung hindi pa kaya ng mga projects na talagang best practice, baka tawagin nating emerging initiatives and good practices. Since there were time constraints in the evaluation of the project, we should need both, not just looking at counting only, but really looking at the deeper impacts of these projects that we are doing. So congratulations again to the agencies and SUCs that participated. Thank you.
Thank you po, Ma'am Bukoy, no? Yes, I totally agree, no? I think yung sa initial discussion din namin with PCW and NAPC, we also did not want to use the word best practices, no? Tama, Sir Mac, no? We use only
Yes.
the good practices kasi we're looking into the ongoing and some emerging, no, mga practices na may potential to be replicated, no, or to be continued for purposes. But I also have a question similar to what Bambukoy raised, no, on the impact, no. I think ito rin yung paulit-ulit kong tinatanong when we were screening down, no, yung mga yung impact ng ating mga projects. So my question is for all the presenters, no, na how do you monitor the success of your project or program or the activities itself? Ano yung mga indicator of success na tinignan nyo para masabi nyo, ay, good practice ito para sa amin? So yun siguro yung, for instance, dun sa dun kay Attorney Archil, no, how often do you plan to conduct those activities, no? Will this be on an annual basis, or na pare-pareho lang yung content, o may leveling up session tayo na tinitignan? And is pareho rin doon sa Batangas City on Early Childhood, paano natin na monitor na who really benefits, no, dun sa ating mga programa and all. But the question is for everyone, no, for all the presenters.
Ma'am Mel?
Miss Mel, magdagdag lang ako kasi as part din kasi ng iniisip ng PCW at NAPC in this partnership endeavor is that as oversight kasi ang concern namin sa PCW, kulang tayo ng pag-monitor doon sa mga, lalo na doon sa mga flagship programs ng ating mga ahensya ng gobyerno at ng mga CSOs na matagal na nilang ini-implement yung mga programa nila o mga projects nila. Kaya yung ano talaga natin is to determine kung mayroon nga bang mga flagship programs ang mga ahensya natin sa gobyerno na they were able in gender and development in their programs and projects. Kaya sa dami ng mga entries na natanggap natin, may mga ilan kasi doon na activity level lang siya, process lang siya. It's not really a program or a project. Kaya marami tayong nalaglag doon sa initial screening kasi we saw them as maganda naman, emerging activities, pero hindi talaga siya program level or at least project level. So yung ating ninanais is that makita natin, at tama yung sinasabi ni Dr. Bokoy, for us to say na best practice ito, meaning may nakita na tayong bunga o nagiging impact doon sa community kung saan man itong programa or projects na ini-implement ng either ng CSO or ng ating ahensya ng gobyerno. May mga impact na doon sa buhay ng kababaihan, lalo na hindi lang sa kababaihan kundi sa community level. Pero with high consideration on addressing the gender issues in the community. So yun po yung ano natin. So balidagdag lang doon sa sinasabi ni Ma'am Mel, this is addressed to all the presenters. How would you say na itong inyong inipresent ngayon ay katangi-tanging masabi natin na ito ay best practice? Lalo na kung ito ba ay gaano nakatagal ito na ating paulit-ulit na in-implement year in and year out. Kaya sabi natin kung flagship program nga ito, these are mga programs na hindi lamang ngayon o noong last year na i-implement during the pandemic, but it took years already and there are already proof na mayroon na siyang impact doon sa community. So thank you po.
Salamat po, Sir Mac. No, bago ko po pasagutin yung ating presenters, baka may pahabol kasing tanong si Ma'am Araw para isahang tanong lang din. Yes.
Yeah. Hindi naman tanong, Ma'am Mel. Yeah, ano lang siguro with regards sa pag-rate po, di ba? Kasi magkakasama po kami. Doc, Dora, yun po talaga yung naging problema namin kasi we have to follow dun sa rubrics nga po eh. Pagdating po dun sa portion on monitoring and evaluation, di ba, Ma'am Mel? Doon po karaniwan, talagang medyo mababa nga ho. Ang feeling namin baka masyadong mababa yung pagbigay namin ng rating. Kasi we were looking for talaga yung impact. Kasi sabi namin, yung monitoring talaga din, parang yung mga indicators nga ay kulang. Tapos, parang yun nga, masyadong activity-based lang po yung iba na hindi po namin makita kung ano na ba yung naging, parang outcomes lang nga po eh. Yung iba nga outputs lang talaga yung lumabas. But then sabi nga namin, Nung una naman po talaga, it's good practices lang naman talaga yung naano po namin. Kasi pandemic nga ho, sabi namin, baka mahirapan talaga makahanap ng talagang best practices. So yun lang po. But then, at saka dagdag ko din, nag-ano pa din tayo, Ma'am Mel at saka Sir Mac, di ba, na may mga additional pa. Kasi at the first nga po, maraming nag-submit. Then nag-ano pa sana kami to expound more. May mga questions po kami. Kaya lang there are those na hindi po beat ng deadline namin. So wala na, hindi na po sila nasama dun sa next screening. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Yes, salamat Ma'am Araw. No? So, I think si Dr. Palses kanina pa naka-raise yung hand. Baka mangawit na yung hand. So, tawagin na natin si Dr. Palses muna.
Good afternoon po sa lahat. I hope you can hear me okay.
Po, sir, okay lang po.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be nominated by the PCW. So the first program, we have 2 nominations. Today, we're talking about the participatory gender audit. Of course, this is inspired by the GMF in part, but this is an integration to a bigger audit process called from the International Labor Organization. So I must admit and yield to the question, if this is something if we're looking for something that's been done for 5 years, ours won't qualify because we have just started last year, but we are going to make this a staple. Right now, the plan is every 3 years po, no? The participatory gender audit. And I would like to pick up on what Sir Mac Husayan, Sir Mac Husayan was also saying was that the PCW needed to, or wanted, of course, to pay attention to the practices that are being developed by different groups or sectors here in the Philippines. And I would like to actually also share that the PGA was something that we wanted PCW to be a part of. So last year, we actually approached PCW with an idea that in order for PCW to ease some of their load when evaluating programs, that they train HEI people like us from Philippine Normal University to become like a specialized group of NGRP. Parang NGRP for HEIs. Because our point was that it would be a process of helping PCW and also learning a lot from the part of PNU. So that was our pitch last year, no? But other programs were, I think, chosen, or ultimately PCW declined from that partnership we are proposing. And so originally, PCW was the facilitator for our program, itong participatory gender audit, because you did make the GMF. But because according to your officials, you did not have the manpower last year, we went to CHED instead. And CHED got us, of course, an amazing team, and we are eternally grateful. We have Dr. Caroline Sobrichea as the head of the facilitator team. And from the start, we planned this to be something that is a cycle. And that's my response po dun sa idea ni Ma'am Rodora, and I fully agree with her. It should be a best practice. No? If it should deserve national attention, it should be a best practice. It should be something that's been done many times and has shown positive impact. I have to confess, we're just starting, but we fully intend this to evolve and to maintain this as a best practice because it is immersive. No, unlike other gender audits, ours is participatory, meaning we talk to a face. No, hindi lang kami documents na chinechekan. May mukha, may workshop, may in-depth interviews, and they really probe the organizational culture, not just compliance. And that's why we got a lot of good recommendations from the audit process. And I would say, that when we followed those recommendations, we really affected a lot of changes, especially empowerment with the students. Kasi po, yung GMF, for example, is really effective for LGUs. But for HEIs, you need to talk to the students. And our audit process involves that. And that's why I think it's something that we could really work on together with PCW and with SHED. And I'm still going to knock on the door of PCW on how you can help us improve this PGA. You know, we're really happy you nominated us for this. But more than that, we really want you on board because we need your expertise. Ano po? So, sorry na. Ginamit ko na yung oras para humingi ulit ng tulong sa PCW. But we really understand your expertise and we want you on board this program, the PGA, so that we can evolve this into a full participatory gender audit and maybe even feed the process being developed by SHED, which is to create an accreditation process for the National GAD Zonal Resource Center. So I don't want to take all the time. So
Yes,
salamat
sir.
po.
Salamat, sir. Dr. Palses, no? Ayan, Sir Mac, di ka na makakatanggi next time sila.
A quick response lang. I remember na mayroon kang request ang ano doon sa amin regarding that proposed partnership, but really tama po si sir na it was really because of our lack of human personnel in the PCW, because we only have 17 technical staff working for the entire nation, and we are the ones reviewing the guidelines and budget of all the national government agencies under anong tawag dito, attached agencies. So and they're providing technical assistance, of course. And yun talaga ang limitation namin. And in fact, we were always lobbying for Congress and Senate and of course Office of the President and DBM na sana ma-approve yung aming M-wide project na magkaroon ng expansion ng PCW. And Dr. Duray was she used to be our chairperson that time when we submitted our proposal, but it was not granted. So with that limitation, talagang hindi namin makayanan yung demand, and especially yung sinasabi kanina ni Dr. Palses na sana kasama ang PCW. Much as we wanted to, but we are really limited in terms of our capacity to accommodate those requests. So sir, baka in the near future, sana po magkaroon tayo ng partnership. Thank you.
Yes, quick
Yes,
response lang po.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mel, may I reply to
Yes,
the
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
rejoinder to Professor Palses? Actually, the ILO trained a lot of Philippine-based PGA trainers, and many of these are based in the academe. I was one of those trained in the first batch of ILO participatory gender audit. And my concern with your initiative to make use of PGA as an instrument to improve the organizational culture of PNU, that is what I'm really looking at. To what extent in the initial process, the use of the PGA has changed your organizational culture.
Yeah.
And that is where you can probe deeper into your future activities, because the tool itself is really focused on the impact on the organizational culture, to be able for you as an agency or institution to have wider impact in the clientele that you are serving. So there are PGA alumni that were trained by the ILO initially, and you can tap them aside from PCW na alam ko napaka-busy nila at kokonti po yung workforce to be able to respond to the needs of gender mainstreaming. But you're in good hands, Carol. Carol was one of those who, and we did also participatory gender audit of PFA with LGUs somehow. So this pool of trained PGA consultants can help you in the effort. But to me, the more crucial thing for PNU would be to what extent you have impacted in changing the curriculum and the mindsets, particularly of the students that are our major clientele. Thank you.
Salamat po, Ma'am Bukoy. That's actually my follow-up question kay Dr. Palses. But gusto ko po muna rin marinig natin yung sagot ng ating ibang presenters before we go back to Dr. Palses for the follow-up question. Si Miss Española po of Batangas City.
Oh yes, good afternoon. It's a very good question. I wasn't able to include that in the slide, pero kasama sana sa talk ko because maliit lang yung time. Anyway, in the administrative level, Batangas City, long time ago, had provided a higher pay for honorarium of child development workers. And it's one way of determining and having the monitoring that they seldom resign from job. They love the job, even they are volunteers. We have now 65 child development workers receiving more or less than 10,000 pesos as salary under salary subsidy, and we have 35 plantilla positions. So this coming Mandanas Garcia ruling by 2023, we recommended them all to become in a plantilla position for them to enjoy being a service provider in the field of early childhood care and development. When it comes to program, the yearly program audit of the DILG under the seal of good local governance and the child-friendly local governance, Batangas City, when it comes to children welfare program, hindi naman po napapahuli. That's why makikita nga po ninyo, hindi man namin pinagyayabang yung mga awards, dun po yung basihan na we do more for the welfare of children. And during that, I think 10 years ago, when they evaluated the program for children, about 40% of the funds goes to children and the youth welfare program. And then the results of our child development workers, hindi rin naman po pahuhuli mula ng 2018 and then yearly, may mga 20, 30 based on the 3 years assessment, they got the grades of very satisfactory, very competent. At nitong 2020, we have, I think, 2 or 3 outstanding. Na yun na yung perfect, the outstanding one. Ang nagkakameron lang po kami na very few satisfactory because of the old buildings, because of the non-availability of lot na gumagawa naman yung barangay officials para sila yung makabili for the barangay level lot, makapagpagawa ng new building. And then marami na pong new building na ginawa under Republic Act 10.410 do sa 250 square meters that. And then the integration of other welfare agencies, including the private sectors, the civil society organizations who do provide help to every child development centers in the barangay level in coordination with the parents. And lastly, for the past 10 years, we zero participation fee. Nito na lang pandemya, napilitan po kaming magkolekta ng minimal amount for the Xerox of the modules because we need to continue the program, pero still no participation or users fee as stipulated in RA 10410. Yun po yung isa sa inalis ng aming punong lungsod, manapay misweldo on child development workers. And the best namin pong ginagawa na fundraising is yung pagsasell na useful garbage. Yearly, nagre-range po kami doon ng more or less 300 to 400,000 pesos. Yun po ay fundraising with permit sa city level, pero hindi po napasok sa fund, local transfer ng fund, but ni-utilize, signed by the barangay official and the parents, and they utilize the funds out of the selling of useful garbage na yan po ay ginagamit nila sa center. Anong effect po niyan pagdating sa aming general services sa environmental protection program ay nababawasan pa yung volume ng garbage because naiipagbili. Pero ngayon bawal sa plastic tea Batangas City, so more on yung mga breakable materials. And even po tuloy-tuloy po yung ginagawa naman sustainable project para hindi po naman laging aasa tayo sa government, sa national government, pagdating po dun sa pangangailangan ng mga bata. We have, in the start, we have more or less 5% na yung malnourished children. At the end of the year, halos nagsisiro, nahirap lang po kami sa obese at doon sa mga batang ipinanganak na mababa talaga ang timbang o nagkasakit. Na po talagang hindi bumababa ang timbang. Utilizing the local products in the barangay level.
Well documented naman po natin yan, ano ma'am, nasa mga ano natin. Okay. Thank you so much po, Sir Macpaul.
Yes po, maraming salamat. Thank you so much po. In terms of monitoring po doon sa impact po ng ating special sessions for solo parents, alam naman po siguro nating lahat that Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program is conditional cash transfer program. So itong mga beneficiaries po natin ay kailangang sumunod po doon sa ating kondisyones ng programa para po makatanggap po sila ng cash grants. So isa nga po sa reason namin kung bakit din po namin ginawa ang special sessions for solo parents is para po ma-increase ang compliance rate ng ating mga solo parents in terms of attending family development session in responsible parenting modules. So ito po yung tinutukan ng ating mga field implementers and we are monitoring their compliance periodically. Kaya po, sabi ko nga po kanina, from 536 non-compliant beneficiaries of period 5 of 2016, ay ito yung tinutukan po natin at 91% of them already complied with the conditionality of the program from period 1 to period 6 of 2018. So ganun po kahaba yung pagmomonitor po namin sa kanila na talagang tinututukan, kine-case manage ng ating mga field implementers itong mga solo parents. Aside from their total caseload, itong mga sector with special needs ay talagang binibigyan ng atensyon at ina-identify yung kanilang needs and binibigyan ng appropriate action for their needs, no? And isa nga rin po sa pinaka output or yung outcome po ng aming special sessions for solo parents is yung organized solo parent Pantawid solo parent groups po natin, and we are topping the support of our local government unit para etong ating mga organized solo parent groups ay masustain po nila at mas ma-empower po sila at maibigay kung ano man po yung ma-identified needs po nila as a group. So yun po yung ating yun po yung aming monitoring and yung impact na nangyari po sa special sessions for solo parents.
Salamat, Sir Macpaul. Si Attorney Archil.
Salamat sa tanong. Okay, I must begin with being very candid about this. This is the very first time talaga na nag-undertake yung Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment ng First Responders Training. Although it has been in the drawing board for some time since 2020. Yun nga, the conceptualization is intended for the pandemic period. So, tama yun na concern is on impact. Importante yan, how to measure it. And in this case, hindi ko nga maibibigay yun. I have to be honest about it, no? But, and that's one thing na I actually wondered because it was the GAD office, the now GAD coordinator, Dr. Annabel Maglasang, who actually encouraged me to just submit sa PCW good practices. And when I did the submission, the very first question talaga is, ano ba talaga ang sukatan na maging good practice siya? And I was looking and I was actually hoping na meron ding yung rubrics na ipinapublish ng PCW because I think those of us who would like to submit, gusto din naming ma-inform. I mean, from my viewpoint, maganda din sana na meron kaming nakikita na ito yung sukatan or standards ng PCW as far as how you monitor impact and whatnot in terms of gender mainstreaming, because you are the agency that is actually tasked by law to come up with this, in making a recognition, in acknowledging the so-called good practices. But having said that, I would like to also present something like maybe a counterpoint in or with regard to the point and impact, because for first time activities or projects such as this one, the Ash First 2022, baka naman for emergent good practice, not best, but emergent good practice, instead of impact, baka naman din may ibang criteria na parang substitute. For example, timeliness and responsiveness. For instance, in this case ng Ash First 2022, iba kasi ang context ng pandemic with respect to the Safe Spaces Act in the context of cyberspace, protection of learning and workspaces in cyberspace. It is more pronounced during the pandemic. It will not be the same impact. Probably the metrics will be different if you talk about the resumption of face-to-face. So mahirap siya i-capture at this time. So I think it would also be unfair for certain projects na responsive, timely, at a given situation, at an emergency situation, na ibinigay kaagad yung kailangan sa serbisyo, for example, or project, but would be different dynamic in another setting, such as I said, the resumption of face-to-face. So probably there would be some standard metrics on how to compute impact. And I believe it is PCW who should probably inform us as to what the yardsticks are and how to better monitor impact, how to compute what the metrics are. And then there would be some, although there would be some allowance in the case of certain projects na yung napapanahon talaga siya dahil sa extraordinary circumstances na hindi naman totoo sa iba pa na regular circumstances. As far as the yardsticks, kaya nga doon ako naghanap ako, and in my search, ito lang talaga no yung sinabi ko kanina sa report ko, yung kay Nang and Colombani 2015. This is more on public health. Ang full title niya nung yardsticks is Framework for Selecting Best Practices in Public Health, a Systematic Literature Review. So I used this, marami siya, no? And this is in page 40 of yung pinakita ko kanina nung yung sa portfolio. There's relevance, there's community participation, there's stakeholder collaboration, ethical soundness, applicability, effectiveness, efficiency, and sustainability. Yung effectiveness, sinabi ko din kanina sa presentation ko na kailangan pa ng isa pa o marami pang runs and reruns of this particular drill because of the effectiveness part. That's something that we could not fabricate. Nobody can fabricate that, no, as far as impact is concerned. And speaking of how the frequency of doing this, actually GAD and OWASH of UP Cebu are already brewing this the plan for another round, for another, it's actually a reboot of a hashtag Ash First 2022. And that's all already this, hopefully things will be okay this coming November in time for the 18-day campaign to end violence against women. So again, include ko na naman yung mga klase ko on gender issues in Philippine society so that yung immersive din yung experience niya ng mga estudyante mismo with the rest of the UP Cebu community. And hopefully by that time, meron ng mga yardsticks. Maybe there would be some guidance of ideal criteria on how to actually compute for impact, whatever metrics there may be from PCW. But just the same, I really am very thankful for this opportunity to actually share with everyone what we in UP Cebu are actually able to do with what limited resources that we have. Ako lang yung mag-isa sa Office of Anti-Sexual Harassment, no? So, yun, malaking bagay yun. And hopefully, manganganak siya. Kasi ultimately, manganganak siya in the sense na hindi lang sa UP Cebu mangyayari. As I said earlier also in the recommendations, it would be good that we could network. We actually have a network in UP Cebu, yung extension arm with GAD as UP Cebu GAD, yung SIDLAC for the region. Ma'am Doray, Dr. Doray Bukoy is actually the one who founded this in Region 7, and hopefully it can replicate. The multiplier effect can replicate capacitate CODIs in Region 7, including, of course, similar institutions, like in our case, educational institutions. So thank you very much for hearing me out on this.
Yes, salamat, Attorney Archel. It is good to know that this is not just a one-time activity, no? And I think ito rin yung response ng mga ibang presenters earlier that this will continue. This good practice should continue, no? Yan, sige. Let's now listen to Dr. Abanyal. Nandito pa ba si Dr. Abanyal?
Yes po. Good
Yes
afternoon
ma'am.
po.
Yes po.
Okay, so let me share din po doon sa kinandak namin course syllabi review. Dati, we really had trainings on how do we mainstream gender sa syllabus and sa instruction. Pero we are only with the training. We ended with the training. So I think for us, in the case of PRMSU, although sinabi nyo nga po na hindi na siya new, but for our case, I think parang it's one level na naka-step forward pa kami when it comes to mainstreaming in instruction, because when we review our practices, it's really having GSC trainings, having anti-sexual harassment trainings. So it's more on trainings. Parang gender and development is considered as a separate entity. So what we did for this program is really engage the teachers. So I think para sa amin, ma'am, in the case of PRMSU po, parang it's considered as big impact po, aside from the students, but also to the teachers. Because those teachers in general education courses, they are now engaged. They are very participative on identifying those concepts. So it's not just gauging on the impact on the students, but on the gender sensitivity and responsiveness of the teachers. Since for me, ma'am, na-appreciate ko po doon, they were able to see, they were able to appreciate gender and development, and it's really related to their courses and not looking at it as a separate office, as a separate activity for the teachers. So when it comes to monitoring po siguro, as I have mentioned, we will look into the continuity of this program. So aside from, we did na po yung module, some modules were reviewed, pero I think it's really needed that we look into the classrooms. Yan po, we did do classroom observations. And aside from getting the impact from the students, we also look into the impact dun sa mga teachers naman po, on how they really were able to integrate and how they appreciated finally mainstreaming gender and development in instruction po. So thank you very much for this opportunity to share.
Siguro po follow-up question lang kasi dun sa inyong pong magaganda yung ginawa natin sa syllabus na naka-integrate siya sa syllabus. Yung question ko siguro in terms of paano kung ibang teacher na yung magtuturo ng mga subjects na yun? Are they obliged to use the same syllabus or may ibang papagamit or sila yung gagawa nung kanilang sariling syllabus on TCW, on Rizal, and etc.
When we conducted the review, ma'am, we involve all the satellite campuses kasi yung education courses po, they are under one department. So lahat naman po sila involved. And we agreed to have one syllabi kasi everyone teaching the course nandun po during the review. So everyone really contributed. So kaya po yung final syllabus na po yun yung gagamitin across the campuses.
That's good, no? Kasi parang yun minsan yung problem, no? Like sa ibang mga higher education institution kasi we have, like especially pag private, no? We have the freedom kasi mga faculty to have to use their own course outline and learning plans, no? So kahit na same subject tayo, for instance, if we're teaching halimbawa the contemporary world, pwedeng iba yung ginagamit mong learning plan sa ginagamit ng learning plan. So it's good to know na meron tayong mandate, no? May memo tayo on this that they should use this kind of itong particular na syllabus na to ang gagamitin. So yeah, good. Okay yan. Thank you so much.
Thank you po.
Are there other questions that we want to raise?
Ma'am, pahabola, ma'am. Pwede?
Yes, sir po. Yes po. Pwede po, sir.
Salamat po. Ano lang sa Batangas City, no? Particular, sa dami din ng issues at saka yung natugunan nila na through policy, no? May executive order, may ordinances. Ano lang yung dito lang particular sa bullying, ma'am, mayroon kayong sabihin natin good practices na medyo striking siya, no? Kahit isa lang. Yan lang po. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes po, it might not be ECCD program, pero Batangas City was given a national award ng PNP because kami po yung unang nagkamero ng case, successful case ng abuse ng child in Luzon. Secondly, may mga trafficking cases po dito sa Batangas, which is more or less part of bullying, na dito po na case but not from Batangas City. Kami lang po yung nag-support kay DSWD because this is there's those who are in international and local national level issues. So we do, sir, very vigilant in conducting preventive measures in the schools. Before pandemic, we go to from one school to another, even in GIDA, just to provide preventive measures for our children not to be abused. Although meron po kaming maliit na bilang ng mga naabuso physical, hindi po maiiwasan. Meron din po ang mga sexual abuse. Pero as much as possible, we make it a point that the CCPC or the Council for the Protection of Children are active. We have Bagong Pag-asa po, City Transient Home, who house them. Pero as much as possible, yung partnership program po ng parents ng Pillars of Justice System go hand in hand para ma-handle yung kaso. Pero mas maganda pong ginagawa namin ay nagkakameron kami ng mga information dissemination sa barangay levels. Even our Barangay Council for the Protection of Children, pinipilit po namin maging active sila, maging vigilant, at partner po namin pagka may mga street child or street children, child laborers, may mga nai-involve sa mga solvent na ganyan. At yun nga po, yung nabanggitin nyo, yung bullying. For the past, I think 5, wala po kaming cases ng bullying sa school. Sa ngayon. Anyway, nag-pandemya because of this module. Pero before, 3 years before pandemic, wala po kaming nahawakang kaso ng bullying. Malami lang po dito, in due respect po sa ating mga kababayan sa Mindanao, we are haven of local migration. Meron po tayo mga kapatid na IPs dito sa lungsod ng Batangas na amin pong ginagawa ng paraan na makatulong sa DSWD to help us out, and also with DILG. Local migration is one of our social concerns po dito sa lungsod ng Batangas. As you mentioned, if hindi yung best practice, we are doing the emerging practices and the good practices. Pagdating namin, hindi po namin sinasabing sila ay problema. Our social concerns, because they are getting large in number, na they are occupying a vacant lot near the shorelines na ngayon po ay under program of DPWH for sewerage rehabilitation. So we are in the period of rehabilitating them. So as much as possible, sabi nga namin, ang 5 pillars of justice system ayaw maghawak ng kaso, but we have to have it. Like sample po, mabilis na, last po 2 weeks ago, we conduct the rescue operation of street children and child laborers and children begging. At night time, malimit po kami mag-surveillance at mag-rescue. Ay alam niyo po yung siyam na bata naming ni-rescue ay kaya man po sabihin, 6 doon ay not from Batangas City. So napabalik po namin sa ilang probinsya yon, contact ang LSWDO, ang iba ilalagay sa institusyon dahil bumalik po din sa city. Yun po yung aming medyo social concern nga, na most of our children who aren't at risk, kaya yan po, minsan may mga batang-bata rin na halos edad 4-5, ay yan po ay mga hindi taga-dini. Pero iniintindi po namin because they are Filipinos, they need to be served. Thank you so much.
Salamat po. Naku, dumadami ang ating mga concerns na kailangan, from bullying to migration to trafficking to street children. Naku, ang dami nating kailangan pang gawin. Yes.
Maraming salamat sa sagot, ma'am.
Hindi po. Oo, time check lang po, parang ang nandito sa atin remaining 19 minutes. So meron pa po bang hindi makakatulog mamayang gabi kapag hindi na itanong ang kanilang tanong sa ating presenters? Otherwise po, I request po ang ating presenter to type their email address sa ating chat box kasi po baka meron po mga pahabol na tanong ang ating mga participants. So pwede po siguro silang mag-email sa inyo directly, no? if they want to get in touch with you, to collaborate, yan, yung mag-co-organize ng mga events and so on, no, para po sa ating networking, no. So pa-type na lang din po sa chat box kasi medyo baka bigla tayong lahat mawala sa Zoom, mapunta lahat tayo sa plenary. So I am tasked to synthesize the discussion, no, but I will not attempt to do that, no, kasi I may not give justice dun sa mga presentations, no, but I will just share siguro yung some of my observations, no, sa inyong presentation. So gender mainstreaming in education involves 4 main questions, which I believe, no, were captured naman by all the presenters, no. First is the what, no. So here we look at the gender sensitive content, no, which also mean taking the intersectional perspective by including other factors like age, disability, ethnicity, and intersect with sex and gender when analyzing yung unequal power relations between women and men, or between the haves and the have-not, and even with people with diverse soci, no. Next is the how, no. So gender-sensitive pedagogy entails thinking about how to embed this gender in the different modalities, no, of teaching and learning, which may involve participatory learning, validating personal experience, encouraging social action, and accountability, no, developing the critical thinking and reflection, among others. So the pedagogical approach, no, is needed to address these gender biases both in the knowledge and attitudes of educators and in their teaching practice. Ito yung minimension kanina ni Ma'am Dora, no, na changing din yung mindsets, yung norms, yung culture natin and all. And then third is the who, no. Gender-sensitive structures need to put in place, and this involved paying attention to the gender composition of staff, no, including the teaching and non-teaching personnel, no, and of course the administrators, no. And finally, the what context, no, yung institutions that need to put in place gender-sensitive ecosystem. There should be an institutional commitment at all levels. Otherwise, lahat itong mga activities, lahat itong projects that we presented, mawawalan ng meaning, no, mawawalan ng saysay if there will be no institutional commitment. From administrators down to the personnel, from policy level to gender mainstreaming in the curriculum, sa research natin, sa extension services, and all of the activities that we are thinking of implementing in the future. So I congratulate again all the presenters, no, for sharing with us their good practices, whatever rubrics we have, probably yung sa sarili natin kung ano yung good practice, pero sa loob natin, no, when we're doing this, no, out of our passion and commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment, I think that's the more important thing, no? Regardless of whether gaano katagal na natin na implement yung program o kailan natin siya sinimulan, or ano yung plano natin in the future, what is important is the heart, no? Para sa akin, yung puso natin sa pagsaserve sa ating mga kababayan, sa ating kawimena, no? So yun yung mas importante. Otherwise, lahat ng mga weaknesses natin, na challenges natin, na encounter natin along the way, those are normal, no, normal circumstances that everybody will encounter. Pero ang important thing is how to surpass, no, those challenges, those hurdles along the way, na hindi siya magiging reason for us to stop this kind of advocacy that we have. Again, maraming salamat po. Palakpakan niyo po ang inyong mga sarili, and for staying with us for the rest of the plenary. Sa lahat po nagstay until the open forum, maraming salamat po sa mga nagtanong, no, and yung sa mga magtatanong pa po, nandiyan na po, nakita ko sa ating chat box, nilagay na po nila yung kanilang mga email address, so you can connect with them po. Maraming salamat po. Sir Mac, babalik pa ba tayo sa plenary, or end na ba ang session?
Ang understanding ko, babalik tayo doon sa plenary.
Okay po, let's all go back to the plenary. We will have another session tomorrow afternoon, yung remaining four presenters natin. So sana po maka-join pa po kayo tomorrow. Maraming salamat po. See you at the plenary.
Thank you, Ma'am Mel, for facilitating this sector presentations.
Thank you po, everyone. Thank you, Sir Mac. Ma'am Araw.
Yeah, thank you.
Lola
So
Erich,
mag-leave room na po tayo.
Opo, leave na po tayo ng room
Okay.
to the plenary po.
Hi po, hindi po pwedeng mag-leave room kasi pag
Ay.
nag-leave room
Ay,
po kayo,
hindi po
you'll
ba?
be
Sorry.
reviewing the
Sorry
Zoom
po,
thing.
sorry po.
Yes po, pero you can stay po, you can stay or leave po.
Okay, sorry.
Pero
Oo nga.
yeah. So for the remaining time po, we can have our self-care break. Tapos automatic po, we'll be put back to the plenary at
Okay.
4:40.
Oo nga, mag-bio break muna tayo.
So
Ay,
you still
Lola
have 30
H,
minutes.
you're
Thank you
here.
po.
Hi, Ma'am Helen. Nandyan si Ma'am Helen.
Yes, so,
Nandyan din si Ma'am Presi.
ay, di ko nakita si Ma'am Presi. Nasaan si Ma'am Presi? Ay, siguro nasa isang, ano.
Nakikita po ba ang aking screen?
Yes po.
Yan, okay. So, dahil tayo naman ay mga God advocates, so for sure, marami tayong makakasagot dito. Guess the gender fair term. So, ang mechanics lang natin is yung mga currently used words na ipapakita natin sa screen. Ang gagawin lang po natin is to answer kung ano po yung gender fair term for each of the words na ipa-flash natin sa screen. So, wait for me to say go, and then you may write your answer sa Zoom chat box. And then the first person na makakapag-identify ng gender fair term, madami siya actually ng mga options per word. So you have more chances of winning. Ayan. So,
Trip to Boracay ba, Ann? Ang premium? Trip to Boracay ba ang premium?
Pwede na. Wala tayong budget na. Wala po. Ano lang, bragging rights po. Okay, ready na po ba? Pwede din tayong unmute.
Or kaya baka meron dyan printed na hard copy ng publication na pwede nating, di ba, pa-prize.
Po. Gawa natin ng, collateral. Sige po. Okay, ready na po ba lahat while waiting para ma-energize naman tayo? Okay? Are you ready? Okay, ano po ang gender fair term ng manpower? Chat po tayo. Human resource from PCW, Karil, Sir Anjun, Snevi. Okay, tingnan natin. So, ang mga common answers natin ay workforce and human resource. Let's see. Ang gusto daw pala ni Sir Ray ay trip to Jerusalem. Paano kaya natin gagawin yun, Sir, dito sa ating virtual session? Okay, so right answers. May pahabol pa. So the possible answers for manpower, human resources, staff, personnel, labor force, workforce, workers, and laborers. So lahat naman na nagsagot ay tama naman. Ang prize daw pala, Doc Mel, sabi ni Sir Ray, ay trip to Jerusalem. Mahirap ata yun, Sir. Magastos. Okay, next po. Businessman. What's the gender fair term for this? Entrepreneur. Okay. Ang daming mga participant. Pwede din kayo mag-unmute para marinig natin ang inyong mga boses. Other options, other answers? Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2. Wala na? Let's see. Okay. Common answer natin as entrepreneur. Business representatives, pwede din. Okay. Next po, cameraman. Camera operator. Active si Miss Nevi. Hi, Miss Nevi. Photographer. Camera operator. Videographer. Hi, Ma'am Zenny. Sir Ray, videographer, photographer. Daming answers. Sige, tingnan natin kung tama. May mga pumasok pa sa mga sagot natin. Photographer, camera operator. Galing Very gender fair. Very PCW. Next, man-made. Natural. Ano pa? May ano ba? May hahabol? Creation. Artificial. Meron pa po ba? Human-made. Artificial. Lana? Lanang other answers? Invention. Okay, tingnan natin kung may mga pumasok sa sagot. Manufactured, synthetic, artificial, human-made. Okay, galing. Next, congressman. Lawmaker. Legislator. Lawmakers, representative. District, very specific. To district representative. What else? Meron pa po ba tayong answers? So ngayon, medyo God-related ang ating icebreaker. Pag later, meron tayong free time. Pasayawin natin ang ating mga
Mga
si
presenters.
Si Miss Araw.
Presenters ang pinagsayaw.
Opo. Mga presenters.
Yeah.
Congressperson. Push daw, Sir Ray. Okay? Abangan natin yan, Sir Ray. Next, tingnan natin ang sagot. Congressional representative, member of the Congress and legislator. Okay. Yan. I think that's the last.
Yes. Ay, meron pa. Isa pa. Oo.
Ito na, last na po. Policeman. Law enforcer, police officer. And, meron pa ba? Habol. Public safety officer, bantay bayan. Pwede din. Police officer. Okay, tingnan natin kung tama mga sagot. Yan. Police officer, law enforcement officer, constable. Okay, last na. Okay, stop na po.
Sige, maraming salamat. Maraming salamat, Miss Anne and Ma'am Araw. No? Ganyan ang mga God advocates, very flexible and ready, no? Kahit na ano yung ipahugot dyan ng mga mga energizer or quiz ba yan? Ano? Sige. Magandang hapon po uli. Ako po si Mel Reyes ng Fora Consulting and also the Executive Director of the Women and Gender Institute of Miriam College and currently the Chairperson of the International Studies Department. I'll be your moderator for this afternoon session. And with me are my colleagues, sina Mr. Macario Husayan, Ms. Anne Janet Casalma, yung ating nagpa-game kanina from PCW, and sina Ma'am Amelia Suarez and Ma'am Aurora de Guzman ng NAPC. So kami po yung magkakasama sa steering committee na nag-review po ng mga entries. And sabi ko nga po kahapon, meron tayong 49 na entries, pero out of the 49, meron lang po kami napili na 9 to present. No? So kahapon po, nag-present na po yung 5 natin na mga presenters, and now po, meron pa tayong 4 no? Remaining presenters. No? So yung mga presentations po natin, nag-revolve po around sa themes ng engendering the education in the curriculum, in structural materials, and learning resources, and then on gender dimension of education during the COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 pandemic. Meron din tayong closing the gender gap in science, technology, engineering, agriculture, and mathematics, and then faculty development for gender fair and inclusive research and practices, and the mechanisms to mainstream gender perspective in education sector. So for today's session, pareho rin po tayo ng instruction as yesterday na will be given you 20 minutes to present, and after everyone has presented, yung ating pong 4, tsaka po tayo mag-open ng ating virtual floor for ating open question and answer portion. So, nandito po ba yung iba kong mga kasama from PCW and NAPC? Baka po pwede mo nang marinig yung hi, hello natin and good luck message sa ating mga presenters. Ma'am Araw?
Yes, good afternoon po. Maraming salamat again doon sa nag-submit, di ba Miss Mel? Napakagaganda po actually ng mga submission. Well, good luck and sana po pagpatuloy po natin kasi ang ano naman talaga natin ay maipakita yung mga practices na ginagawa po natin at kung paano ito maaring gayahin ng mga kaiba nating gender advocates sa ibaba. Maraming salamat po again.
Salamat, Ma'am Araw. Sa PCW nating mga kasama, si Anne, or kaya si Sir Mac. Message for our presenters. Nakamute ka, Miss Anne.
Si Sir Mac po ata may sinasabi.
Oo, nakamute pala si Sir Mac. Si Sir Mac pala yung nakamute.
Ay, sorry. Magandang hapon. Nailagay ako sa ibang sektor. Ano ko lang, kapapasok ko lang ngayon. Hindi ko alam kung ano yung tanong.
Pero tama naman yung pangalan ni Sir Mac. Tama naman.
Ganun.
Hindi, tamang-tama lang, sir. Hindi pa kami nagsisimula. Ngayon pa lang po. Kaya po,
Okay.
tinatawag po natin yung mga members ng ating steering committee for the education sector to say their message dun sa ating remaining 4 presenters.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir Mac, anong message nyo? Anong
Yan ba
message?
yung tanong? Paano ang message?
Message daw po, Sir Mac.
Magandang hapon at good luck doon sa ating mga presenters. We hope na we will learn from you doon sa inyong mga experiences at doon sa mga participants natin, sana makakuha din sila ng mga magagandang ideya on how to mainstream gender and development perspective sa inyong mga programa, mga proyekto at maging sa mga policies ng inyong mga institusyon or agency. Thank you.
Thank you po, Sir Mac. Pinapatanggal lang natin yung mga kaba ng ating mga presenters. Miss Anne, ipahabol kang message?
Yun po, magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat and nagpapasalamat po kami sa pag-attend nyo. Alam namin na mahirap, very challenging ang online na mode of conference. So ngayon pa lang yung effort nyo and yung interest nyo to join our online conference ay well appreciated po ni PCW and we're very grateful and gusto namin i-congratulate kayo ngayon pa lang and wag tayong kabahan sa pag-present kasi lahat po ng entries na na-submit nyo po ay highly commendable and laudable po. And good luck po. Ayan, thank you.
Salamat, Miss Anne. Oo, I guess nakapag-warm up na tayo lahat, especially sa ating 4 na presenters. So yesterday, we had a very good discussion dun sa first batch na nag-present, and maraming natutunan ng isa't isa, maraming mga tanong ang iba din nating mga audience or participants natin. So we're really looking forward to listening to your presentation. Of course, na-review na namin yung iba, mga documents, pero iba pa rin kasi pag manggagaling sa inyo yung kwento, yung presentation. So sige, hindi ko na po hahabaan. Our first presenter this afternoon is Mr. Arnel Zaragoza, the Education Program Supervisor and Learning Resource Manager and Division GAD Focal Person of the Department of Education Region 11, School Division of the City of Mati. He will be presenting the development of lesson exemplars with gender and development concepts, integration in elementary, junior high school, and senior high school. So, Mr. Zaragoza, the virtual floor is yours.
Hello, good afternoon. Ma'am, ang ipipresent ko, may recorded video po ako. Yan na lang po yung gagamitin ko for the presentation.
Okay, salamat po, Sir Tech Team. Ano na lang po ng video, pa-assist po. Salamat.
Sir, question yung video nyo po. Did you send it to us or would you be sharing the video on your own?
I'll be sharing the video na lang.
Okay, reminder po, sir, when you click share screen, make sure po na naka-click yung share sound.
Okay.
Para po marinig natin yung ating. Thank you.
Hi sir, may napadala din po akong video sa inyo sa tech support po.
Okay po, we'll check it on our end. Checking po.
Lahat po ba tayo nandito kahapon? Yung session po kahapon? Pwede po namin makita yung mga first time na umattend today. Yung ngayon lang po nag-participate or nag-attend yung session. Parang wala. No? Meron po ba?
Ako po. Sir Arnel.
Meron.
Sorry po.
Meron po. Kasi ma'am, ako dapat naman sa environment. Eh, dito po ako napapasok. Eh, dito na lang.
Pero kahapon po nasa environment kayo.
Hindi po, kasi po kahapon po ay mahina ang signal ko. Hindi ako po nakapasok. Pero naka-register po ako.
Opo. Hindi naman po kayo magsisisi. Don't worry.
And Miss Bell,
yes po.
Miss Bell, sa group chat kasi namin sa women, may mga areas na malakas ang ulan. They're having a hard time to connect. Yes po, opo.
Oo nga po.
Like
Kasi
sa Romblon, malakas daw po ulan. Kaya.
Dito rin po medyo may umulan. Umulan kanina, ang lakas din. Nakatigil lang ako.
Pwede ako sa Tito Lumen here. Pwede ako sa doon sa empowerment, women empowerment.
Economic empowerment po, opo.
Oo.
Tech team pa-assist po si ma'am.
Oo, please. Kasi retired na ako sa education.
No problem po, ma'am. So siguro po Sir Arnel, while we're waiting po na hanapin ng ating tech team yung inyo pong video, is it okay po if we proceed dun sa ating munang next presenter po, sir?
Sige po ma'am, okay po ma'am.
Ihanapin lang po siguro ng ating tech team. Sige po.
Okay po ma'am, yes po ma'am. Sorry po.
So, sige po. Our next presentation po, first natin, no? yung unahin na nating presentation will be from Dr. Krishna Ray Places from the Philippine Normal University Center for Gender and Development. So kahapon po nag-share din po sila ng kanilang practice on participatory gender audit. So today po, I'll be sharing with us the Normal Awards for Gender Inclusive Literature. So Dr. Places, the floor is yours.
Good day po ulit. My name is Len Kali. Narinig po. Malakas naman po.
Yes po, ma'am.
My name is Len Kali, admin staff po from Philippine Normal University Center for Gender and Development. On behalf of Dr. Krishna Ray Places, I shall be presenting for the Normal Award. The Philippine Normal University's Normal Awards for Gender Inclusive Literature program promotes equality, diversity, and inclusion in our institutions and surrounding community by supporting gifted gender advocates or writers to promote advocacy through literature, both for the young and old everywhere. The Normal Awards is the first and only entry-to-product literary competition in the Philippines that is focused on gender. The competition is open to all Filipinos here and abroad, including former Filipino citizens. The term entry-to-product is PNU's unique mechanism to develop winning entries into marketable products, benefiting both PNU and the writers, and strongly pushing forward gender advocacy. The Normal Awards generally addresses the unequal representation and portrayal of women and the LGBTQ in literature. Specifically, the program addresses these points. There is a concern on how harmful gender stereotypes are perpetuated in educational reading materials, including children's books. There is a concern on how there is a scarcity of support in commercial literature when it comes to books that are pro-women and pro-LGBT. There is a need for universities to be novel and innovative in designing GOD projects, since there is already an overwhelming amount of webinars, summits, and lectures. PNU has reinforced its position as a leader among PBIs in terms of human rights advocacy by initiating the Normal Awards. PNU has made its campus more open toward women and LGBTQ empowerment by standing with and for the marginalized genders through the Normal Awards. This is the only first Normal Awards as PNU is gearing up to have this competition every 2 years. We benchmark this award with the Palampa Awards. Shown here is the approved proposal. UCGB's guidance and consultation from literary icons such as Professor Danton Remoto and Dr. Leslie De La Cruz, Dr. Ronald Baitan, Ms. Susan Lara, and Mr. Raymond Carlitos. The last four consultants that I have mentioned made up the Normal Awards Advisory Board. UCGBs also seek consultation with the intellectual property of the Philippines with Director Cleo and Ms. Lenore Reyes on board. Shown here is the Normal Awards concept paper. Here is the project details, which includes the schedule, venue, participants, program activity, dynamic and budget, working committee, and their respective work. Shown here is the format of the contest, indicating the division and categories of the literary works and the winning entry awards. The official launch was in April 2021. Entry submissions were in May to June 2021. It was eventually extended until July 2021.
Hello. Sorry. Excuse me, Miss Len. I'm not sure yung background mo ba yung yung maingay kasi hindi namin masyadong marinig yung presentation because of the background, the sound. Oo.
Yes, Miss Mel. Actually, naka-mute naman lahat.
Oo, chinek ko nga. Pina-check ko rin kay naka-mute kasi lahat nung So, pa-check.
Okay po.
Oo.
Sige po. Ayan po, okay na po.
Yes. Okay na. Thank you.
The official launch was in April 2021. Entry submissions were in May to June. May to June 2021. It was eventually extended until July 2021. The judging duration was from August to September 2021. The first challenge that we encountered was setting up the mechanics of the contest. Thankfully, the best literary minds advised us. The mechanics are as follows. This was posted in the UCGB FB page along with the attachments for submission. These attachments, upon submission of entry, were the following documents. Form 1 is the entry, form, and grant assignment of rights. This was notarized upon submission and states that the writer or entrant represented and warranted that they have written or created the said work and that they are the absolute owner of the copyright and other intellectual property rights pertaining to the said work. This also stated that the writer grants and assigns PNU the right to first publish and also the right to the non-exclusive right to develop the work into a reading or learning material. Form 2 is filled out by former PNU citizens. The Normal Awards was featured and promoted in 2 of the prominent websites in the news industry. First, it was featured by the Philstar Global website on May 3, 2021. The article was written by Alfred A. Newson. Then, it was also featured and promoted in the Daily Tribune website. And the submission of entries, as I've said earlier, was extended due to the massive volume of submissions. And written here, it was extended until July 30, 11:59 p.m. PST. Here here are the alumni, Palangka alumni who were on board the program. The normal poetry category judges, tula judges, short story judges, maikling kwento judges, SC category judges, sanaysay category judges, poetry for children judges, tulang pambata, short story for children judges, maikling kwentong pambata, novel for teens category judges, and the novelang pangkabataan judges. And then shown here is the judging mechanics, which takes the duration of judging, the documents that the judges needed to provide, the entry evaluation form, and the declaration of winners form. The total number of entries were 414, categorized as follows. The awarding of winners was on April 23, 2021, hosted by the Intellectual Property of the Philippines. This was part of their first international copyright summit. Moving forward to the next phase, as part of the book development program, was the first one, the Right Shop. This was held last October 22 to 24, 2021. And the Art Shop, held last October 30, 2021. In the Right Shop program, winners of the short story for children categories and maikling kwentong pambata categories were, including the honorable mentions, were invited to a workshop spearheaded by three of the judges, Mr. Raymond Barrientos, Mr. Russell Molina, and Mr. Augusto Rivera Jr., to coach the said winners into editing their literary pieces in order to fit into a picture storybooks for children. Meanwhile, in the Art Shop program, professional artists were invited to create a cover page artwork of each of their assigned winning literary pieces from the short story for children and maikling kwentong pambata categories. They were invited to showcase their drawing technique during this webinar events, where in the audience were PNP members. One of the university's students' organization on creative arts. The book development program has commenced since March 2022, and we expect to have the early drafts of the books by November. Here are some of the sample cover artworks. While the implementation of the program was tiresome, one reason was the massive number of volumes of submissions taken care of by only limited number of personnel. But the positive feedback from Palangka alumni and the overwhelming gratitude expressed by the literary artists kept our team motivated. Here are some of the feedbacks and words of encouragement. And here are some of the comments from the client satisfaction survey forms collected by the Center for Planning and Quality Assurance. Our team learned that starting a project on children is difficult, but the momentum goes up quite easily. Universities must not fret in designing innovative projects on gender and development, and instead be excited by the different accomplishments that novel projects can deliver. As the programs aim to commercialize the developed books, Philippine Normal University is positive that this will be an income-generating program. The sales of the books shall help sustain the normal awards. We highly recommend that these institutions motivate their talented personnel to join the normal awards and express their creative literary talents toward gender equality. Here are some of the
Ako po ay lubos na nagpapasalamat sa PNU University Center for Gender and Development sa inyong pagkilala sa aking kwento bilang isa sa mga nagwagi sa mailikhaing kwentong pambata. Ang kwento pong ito ay hindi lamang para sa mga bata, ngunit isa rin po itong personal na pagbabahagi ng aking mga danas bilang bata. Saludo po ako sa proyektong ito ng PNU UCGD dahil maganda po itong pagkakataon upang talakayin ang mga usapin ng gender identity, equality at representation sa konteksto ng kwentong pambata. Kailangan pa po natin ng mas marami pang mga kwentong makatutulong upang makilala ng mga bata ang kanilang sarili at upang maging mas mapagtanggap sa kanila ang iba't ibang komunidad kung saan sila nabibilang.
Thank you to the Normal Awards for this opportunity to write more children's literature.
Hello, magandang gabi. Nagpapasalamat ako sa karangalang ito, lalo na ang magawaran ng premyo para sa isang kwentong proud ako na isulat ko at ngayon ay mababasa na ng mas maraming bata at namumukadkad ng mga trans, lesbiana at bakla. Isinulat ko ito para sa inyo at tungkol ito sa inyo. Gayon din ikinagagalak kong kasama ito sa mga nagwaging akda para sa pinakaunang Normal Awards. Maraming salamat sa mga huradong nagbasa, maraming salamat sa Philippine Normal University at higit sa lahat maraming salamat sa kanilang University Center for Gender and Development na nagpasinaya ng kompetisyong ito. Magpatuloy pa sana ito nang sa gayoy mas lumawak pa ang kaba ng mga akdang isinusulat at isusulat pa ng mga batang bakla, lesbiana at mga trans na galing mula sa sarili nating mga boses at karanasan na kailangang maitawid mula sa mga silid patungo sa lansangan.
That's it po. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Miss Len, at sa PNU, no, for this initiative, no. I think ito yung isang area, no, itong gender and literature, yung isang area na often overlooked, no, and parang sa media, no, nakikita natin most often than not, no, yung mga women, no, yung mga kababaihan, yung people with diverse soji, they're often portrayed negatively sa mga ganitong konteksto. And we applaud you, no, for having these awards, no, to encourage more writers, especially our young writers, no, to integrate yung gender rights perspective sa kanilang mga short story and other literary pieces. So, pagpatuloy niyo po itong inyong ginagawa. Maraming salamat. Yung ating pong tech team ay hindi pa po tapos i-download yung video ng ni Sir Zaragoza. So we'll proceed first po dun sa ating supposed to be last presenter. I would like to call Ms. Remedios Ledesma, the designated God person of Camiguin Polytechnic State College, who will be sharing with us how their college engenders the education, curriculum, instructional materials, and learning resources. So, Ms. Ledesma, kayo na po muna ang mag-present. Sana po okay lang po na kayo po muna mauna.
Hello po, good afternoon. Am I audible po, ma'am?
Yes po, clear po.
Kami po ba yung mag-share ng screen o kayo na lang po, ma'am?
Wait lang po. Tech team, do you have the PowerPoint of Ms. Ledesma?
Yes.
Sige po, pa-share na lang po. Thank you. Pwede po from the tech team natin, ma'am.
Yes po, salamat po, ma'am. Okay, good afternoon once again. Ako po si Remedios A. Ledesma of Camiguin Polytechnic State College. We'll present our project titled Engendering the Education Curriculum, Instructional Materials, and Learning Resources. So with the issue given, the gap that had to be addressed, may I present first the rationale? Kami na lang po yung mag-share ng screen, ma'am. Yung PowerPoint ko na lang yung gagamitin.
Sige po, ma'am. Opo, may sharing power naman po kayo. Thank you po.
Slide 2 na lang. Okay, yan po ang title ng project namin, Engendering the Education Curriculum, Instructional Materials, and Learning Resources. For the rationale, so gender and development perspective that recognizes the different roles, interests, and needs of women and men. It is about removing explicit, implicit, and actual and potential gender biases in the organization and programs, projects, activities of those who are concerned with the development. Hence, God must be integrated in the different programs, plans, and activities of the college in order to be a gender-responsive college. One of the agenda of the gender development is the integration of God concept in the curriculum and core syllabi, particularly in the general education courses and other courses where gender principles can be applied. There's a need to revisit our curriculum and core syllabi in order to integrate gender concepts to come up with a more gender-sensitive curriculum. The main objective is to offer an elective subject, which is gender in society, update our IMs, and develop a core syllabus that is also gender responsive. In the history of our school, the curriculum itself was not gender responsive. To bring the gap, the Office of the Vice President of the Academic Affairs with the deans of the different institutes, so we have 5 institutes, the Institute of Technology, the Institute of Teacher Education, the Institute of Engineering and Computer Studies, and the Institute of Arts and Sciences, and the program heads convened to address the issue in the absence of God integration to other subjects as evidence in the syllabus. The curriculum was then visited and acquainted on what is stipulated on CMO 78 series of 2017 for BTL-Ed program. So we choose an elective subjects, which is gender and society. To further understand the issue on gender responsiveness in the syllabus, a capability building and seminar workshop was conducted also so that God concepts will be stipulated in the syllabi on general education courses. So with this output, the result of the convention was supported by the deans and the program heads. Therefore, an elective subject was included in the curriculum offerings of the following courses. So we have here already, so the Bachelor of Technology with majors in electrical, civil, automotive, and electronics. For the Bachelor of Agriculture, we have agroforestry, crop science, animal science. And for the Bachelor of Science major in Human Resources Management, Bachelor in Science in Marine Biology, Bachelor of Science in Tourism Management, Bachelor of Science in Technology and Livelihood Education, major in Agri-Fishery, Home Economics, Information and Communication Technology, Industrial Arts, Certificate of Agricultural Science. So moreover, the revised curriculum was implemented last school year 2020 for BOT resolution series of 2020 dated November 4, 2020. So this is a crucial process since students was fully loaded. So, but still the academic minds pursue or continue the challenge in order to address the issue on gender biases, which needs to be cleared among the implementers so that they will be fully aware and understand the policies and guidelines on gender and development concepts, issues, and concerns. Thus, with the seminar workshop conducted, the teachers as the main beneficiaries of the activity learned and adapt concept by using gender-fair language in crafting, making their syllabi, as well as their IEC materials in any subject they were handling. This initiative will sustain when all the concerns in the academy will be gender sensitive and avoid the system of stereotyping, not only to the student, but as an institution as a whole. So these are our good practices, not best practices, because we are still on the process of assessing if teachers and students were already gender sensitive. So by to address all the concerns on the gender gaps and stereotyping, we conducted biannually gender orientation among students, then conducted gender orientation among unit heads, faculty, and staff as part of the Family Day celebration. Then also the inclusion of gender in society subject in the curriculum. And lastly, conducted series of seminar workshop on gender responsive IEC materials, modules, and the integration of God concepts and the syllabus. Presently, in my office, with the help of the Director of Student Affairs and the management, I propose to include gender fair language and a gender responsive handbook and a college code. So that's for the present inclusion. Then for the recommendation of this project, hopefully, that as an academ, we are on the education sector. Administration may support the activity on gender and development, especially on academic enhancement, because sometimes administration do not fully understood on the gender concept, because they think that if there were seminars and trainings, sasabihin nilang, God na naman, for party and for all, diba? And for number 2, this is for teachers, because we are handling clienteles, especially students. They may they apply varied pedagogies to elaborate more good concepts on their instruction. Maybe it could not be found in the syllabus, but on their pedagogy, especially in presenting pictures. Yung hindi sasabihin, bakit palaging kapag tanduay ang nagmo-model is nakahubad yung babae? So we have to make sure of that with their pedagogies and teaching, even if it cannot be found in the syllabus, because in the syllabus it should only be a gender fair language. So during their instruction, they may use or they may apply gender and gender concepts and other instructions. So that's all for my presentation on the engendering the education curriculum, instructional materials, and learning resources. From Camigian Polytechnic State College, Remedios Abuso Ledesma, the presenter for today.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Remedios, no, for sharing with us yung practices, no, na ginagawa ng Camiguin Polytechnic State College, no. So kung mapapansin po natin yung kahapon na presentation ng Ramon Magsaysay State University, nag-focus sila doon integrating gender in specific subjects, no, in some of the general elective subjects. Pero yung presentation po ni Ma'am Remedios focus on offering a separate, no, subject talaga on gender and society. So may separate subject talaga on gender and society. And that's very good, no? Especially if marami tayong takers nung ating elective na yon. And very challenging din, no? Kasi hindi lang siya ang focus natin is not just teachers training, no, but also ensuring na yung mga magtuturo nito, no, I will really also stay on and continue to teach in our university, kasi ang hirap din nung process ng training, magte-train tayo na magte-train, no, and then every year mapapalitan yung ating mga teachers. So may medyo malaking challenge yun for us, especially kung hindi natin kasundo yung administrators, for instance. So very critical din yung role o yung building allies natin, yung strengthening yung allies natin with the administrator, no, para mas mapadali din yung buhay natin in integrating gender in the curriculum. Maraming salamat ulit, Ma'am Remedios. May tanong ako sa inyo, pero later isa-save ko na lang yon mamaya sa ating open forum. But I think now ready na tayo dun sa presentation ni Sir Arnel. Ayan, sige po. Let's go to the Gender
Good
and
afternoon,
Development Good
everyone.
Practice ng Department of Education Region 11.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Arnel S. Zaragoza from the Schools Division of the City of Mati, Region 11, Department of Education. Now, I am pleased to share to you our gender and development good practice. First, we identified gender issue. Now, the gender issue was inability of teachers to integrate God concepts in the development of daily lesson plans. Then, we have this intervention. Now, in order to address the gap, the Schools Division of the City of Mati, through the Learning Resource Management Section, the LRMS, conducted the division write-up on the development of daily lesson plans with gender and development concepts integration. The daily lesson plans will be used by the teachers in the Schools Division in order to integrate God concepts in the teaching, learning process. And the results of the intervention. First, we capacitated teachers in the development of lesson exemplar, daily lesson plans with integration of gender and development concepts. Then, we developed daily lesson plans with integration of gender and development concepts. After the development, we proceed to the quality assurance of the developed lesson exemplars, daily lesson plans with gender and development integration. After the quality assurance, we uploaded the quality assured daily lesson plans with God integration to the DepEd Enhanced LR portal. Actually, the Enhanced LR portal is the learning resource repository of DepEd, which all teachers in the Philippines can access through this portal to download materials, learning resource. Now, the distribution of the daily lesson plan to all schools in the division of the City of Mati. Then, last one is publish the enhanced LR portal for national use. For our implementation details, we conducted meeting with the Learning Area Education Program supervisors and the Chief of the Curriculum Implementation Division to discuss the issue on how the teachers in all schools in the Schools Division of the City of Mati will be able to mainstream God concepts in their daily lessons and came up with an intervention. Next, we drafted activity design and attached the minutes of meeting. Next, budget charged to the division inset funds. The Learning Area Education Program supervisors submitted their list of teacher writers who will compose the development team. And the division issued memorandum on the teachers' write-up on the development of daily lesson plans with gender and development integration. Now, these were the challenges encountered during the conduct of the write-up. First, selection of writers who are knowledgeable in the integration of God in the daily lesson plan, delayed completion of the revised daily lesson plan after the quality assurance of the first version of the written work. Then, delayed completion of the teacher evaluators during the quality assurance time. But then, we were able to successfully provided interventions to the identified challenges. Now, our first intervention during the time was the selection committee was formed to select competent teacher writers who will comprise the development team. And then the second intervention is constant follow-up and reiteration of timelines of the deliverables with the teacher writers and teacher evaluators. Now, these are the things that facilitated the initiative. We have DepEd Order number 32, Series 2017, titled Gender Responsive Basic Education Policy, states that the curriculum standards should enhance and promote a K-12 curriculum that integrates gender equality, human rights, sexuality, and reproductive health education, peace education, environmental studies, and child protection. Develop and provide gender-responsive learning resources based on the review and revision programs, curriculum, social content guidelines, and other references to ensure that LRs are free from gender biases, stereotypes, and use gender fair and inclusive language, positive images, and messages. And commitment of the development and quality assurance team members. These are our success stories. The developed and quality assured daily lesson plans were uploaded in the enhanced LR portal for national use. Teachers integrated GAD concepts and practices in the teaching learning process. Division GAD implementation were benchmarked by other region. Contributory to the success of the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, and Sustainable Development Goal number 5, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. These are our insight gained. Integration of GAD concepts and the development of learning resources allows schools, teachers, and learners understood the importance of these concepts in our daily lives. GAD implementation will be successful if all of the educational institutions will embrace and attribute GAD concepts in all programs, projects, and activities. By providing supplementary learning resources with GAD integration will help deepen their understanding on the gender and development implementation or attribution. These are our sustainability measures. Inclusion of GAD concepts integration in the instructional supervisory plan or the ISP of the education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, school heads, and master teachers who are instructional managers in the respective assignments. School monitoring on GAD integration in the curriculum and instruction, and development of supplementary learning resources not limited to lesson exemplars or daily lesson plan. And these are our recommendations. Based on the practice of integrating GAD concepts and the lesson exemplars daily lesson plan to be used in the teaching learning process, the following recommendations were disclosed. First, integration of GAD concepts and practices in the teaching learning process should be part of the instructional supervision. Development of more supplementary learning resources with GAD integration in all grade levels and all learning areas. Conduct of monitoring of the implementation of the program. Then we need to provide technical assistance on issues and concerns encountered by teachers in the integration of JAD in the teaching learning process, and conduct evaluation to determine the impact of the program. Now, these are the published lesson plans in the LR portal. So far as to date, we have 5 lesson plans published for national use. Now, this is the sample published lesson plan in the enhanced LR portal. We have Edukasyon sa Pagpakatao by item 6. So this is how the gender and development concept integrated in the ESP. The GAD core message to be integrated is shared decision making. So that is the layunin na isasagawa ang mga tamang hakbang na makakatulong sa pagbuo ng isang desisyon na makakabuti sa pamilya, na ipapakita na ang opinyon ng bawat miyembro ng pamilya ay mahalaga sa paggawa ng pasya. Then, ang paksa niya ay pasya mo, pasya ko, sa ikabubuti ng lahat. God core message, shared decision making. So ito po yung flow ng ating lesson. Sample lesson plan. Ayan po. So yun yung God integration natin. Sino-sino sa pamilya ang dapat gumawa ng pasya?
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Bakit mahalaga na isangguni sa lahat ng miyembro ng pamilya kapag gagawa ng pasya? Ano-ano ang batayan na dapat gawin ng bawat pamilya sa paggawa ng wastong pasya? Dito po lalabas yung God integration natin. Then, thank you very much. God bless everyone.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Arnel, no? So parang ang saya-saya ng buhay natin lahat, no? Kapag lahat ng mga schools, no? nag-integrate ng gender sa kanilang curriculum at nag-i-implement nito, no? And ang pinaka-nagustuhan ko rin dun sa presentation really is yung sharing, no, ng mga resources para sa lahat, no? Yung distribution, yung learning resource repository nila, na may access yung lahat, hindi lang dun sa division, pero yung nationwide, no, para magkaroon talaga ng parang standard or yung common framework or yung tinatawag nating core messages, no, na yun yung gabay, no, ng ating mga guro, no, sa pag-implement nitong mga lesson plan na to na nagawa natin, no. Pero siguro yung isa din dun sa mga challenge natin na pwede natin din mas pag-isipan din, no, kung paano talaga natin mamomonitor yung pag-integrate talaga nito, how sure are we na nai-implement ito ng ating mga guro at tama yung pag-relay, no, ng mga core messages na to sa ating mga estudyante, no. So ano yung tool, no, do we have the appropriate tool in terms of monitoring yung ating implementation. So yun din yung isang pwede pa nating pag-isipan later on, no. Sige po. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga nag-present. Dito na po ba si Dr. Rodi Garcia ng Commission on Higher Education? Tech team? Oh, so wala pa po yung ating isa pong presenter. So I think while we're waiting for him, we can open the floor, no, for some questions, comments, clarification, no. So haba po siguro nag-iisip tayo, no, baka pwedeng tawagin ko rin yung aking members ng steering com kung meron silang mga comment or mga suggestion or question sa ating mga presenters, sa ating 3 pong presenters, no. Ma'am Araw, Sir Mac, sino pong gustong mag-comment? Or mag-question, mag-ask ng question? Ay, sige po. Si Ma'am Senaida, Ma'am Seni, nakikita ko nag-raise ng hand. Sige po.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Sen Reyes po. First of all, I'd like to commend the presenters. Kasi kahapon, sorry, hindi ako masyadong naka-present ako kahapon, kaya lang merong oral defense sa kabila. Sorry. Pero maganda rin yung kanilang yung subject kasi ng dissertation ay yung LGBT sa mga pelikulang indie films, sa mga indie films, which is related doon sa ginawa nila Dr. Palses na normal awards. So congratulations Dr. Palses kasi this one is beyond the GST. No, it's showing creativity beyond GST kasi most of schools usually would ask us yung sa NGRP, yung sa gender resource, doon sa GST. Pero very commendable yung mga papers kasi it's beyond the GST training, like yung training doon sa workshop, art workshop, is very commendable. And then similarly doon sa mga syllabus na ginawa at saka sa mga lesson exemplars. So that's beyond the GST at moving forward. Meron lang akong congratulations sa mga presenters. Meron lang akong ilang mga siguro mga tanong or maybe clarification. Like for example kasi yung framework ng normal awards, GEDC, no? GEDC yung tinitingnan kasi ito ngayon yung medyo pino-forward ng mga nandito sa ano na to, no, sa movement na to, yung GEDC. Hindi ko lang alam kung paano tiningnan yung GEDC, no, paano yung lens na ginamit sa pagtingin doon sa mga awards. Yung GEDC ba ay pinakita per paper ba, either gender equality yung paper or disability or social inclusion or may intersection. So yun siguro yung kung gusto niyo interested ako makita yung pag-enhance ng GEDC lens doon sa awards na yun kung paano siya ginamit. Doon naman sa mga lesson exemplars, so alam ko yung Bureau of Learning Resource, no, maganda yung initiative ng region kasi yan talaga yung gustong mangyari ng Bureau of Learning Resources. Ganon din naman doon sa higher ed, yan din yung gustong mangyari, ano. Ang tanong ko lang kasi ay hindi ko alam kung conscious din yung mga nagdidisenyo, no, yung instructional design. Kung ano yung ginamit na instructional design, kasi merong yung Magna Carta of Women, meron siyang pinaprescribe na instructional design like transformative education. Yung gusto niya, no? Yung gusto niya merong transformation doon sa conditions of everyone, no, of all genders. Merong nasasabing transformation. So yun lang, thank you very much. So otherwise, maganda at pwedeng magkaroon ng multiplier effect. So in fact, kung gagamit tayo ng rubrics para sa impact, tingnan din natin yung multiplier effect. Thank you.
Salamat po, Ma'am Seni. So, sino po kaya ang pwedeng maunang sumagot? So, yung question po uli is for Dr. Places ng PNU, no? So, ano daw, how GEDC, how GEDC was used in the awards, yung sa selection ng awards, paano po natin na-apply yung GEDC. So, dun po sa ating DepEd and sa Camiguin Polytechnic State College, yung at paano po natin tinignan yung instructional materials, ano pong framework yung or lens ang ginamit natin in developing the instructional materials. So sino po ang gustong mauna? Yes, Ma'am Remedios.
Good afternoon po, Ma'am Zen. I'll just share the scenario of Camiguin Polytechnic State College. We started the inclusion of gender and society in our curriculum as per BOT approved in the year 2020. So we still have our first graduates this year, more than 340 recipients in that subject. So as of now, we are assessing already on the instructional materials and the syllabi for our teachers. And we just started with the capability building on making IEC materials for them to see the inclusion of gender concepts and pedagogies in their syllabus. So siguro sa susunod, na mga maybe in a semester or in a year, doon na natin makikita yung progress kung nandun ba talaga yung gender inclusion sa kanilang mga instructions. So yan lang po, ma'am. Salamat po.
Yes, salamat po, Ma'am Remedios. Si Sir Arnel po.
In the context of the Department of Education, we had this DepEd Order number 32 Series 2017 on gender responsive basic education policy. Now, this policy reiterated to all DepEd teachers, employees, that we need to integrate God concepts in the development of supplementary learning resources. So in the Department of Education, during the quality assurance, we have tools for content, tools for language, and tools for social content. Yung social content po, doon po napaloob lahat yung GAD, yung Gender and Development. Kasi tinitingnan niya yung mga illustrations, yung mga words na language na ginamit sa material, at saka yung kabuuan talaga ng material. So we have tools for that to really see to it that this material has no GAD violation. So we have that. And then during the development process also, we discussed the Debit Order number 32, because this is our Bible in the implementation of gender and development in the Department of Education. So it was given to us last 2017. So yun po yung finalo namin. So as to instructional design, we really see to it that lahat po ng mga activities sa lesson plan and in all learning resources ni DepEd as mandated by the Bureau of Learning Resources, as mentioned by Ma'am kanina from PNU, that we need to really give our best to really provide supplementary learning resources with no JAD violation. Para lahat po ng materials namin ay gender sensitive siya at saka wala talagang zero violation sa JAD. So kasi ang development kasi ng learning resources ay by division siya. So we are having different interpretations and contextualizations of the learning resources based on our learned competencies as harvested during the school monitoring of the learning area supervisors. So yun yung ginagawaan namin ng learning resources to really patch up the gaps kasi walang learning resources. So ayan, nilalagyan na namin siya ng JAD integration. So yan po, thank you.
Salamat Sir Arnel. Miss Len, ikaw ba ang sasagot for PNU? Commute po.
Hi po. On behalf of Dr. Palacios, kasi he cannot be with us right now po due to an equally important event. Pero try ko po sagutin yung question sa abot ng aking mga kaya. The normal awards po in itself is gender inclusive na po na literature contest. And yung pagiging globally competitive po ng writer or entrant para ay malaking tulong po para maka-enhance yung understanding on gender, human rights, peace and conflict, and other concurrent education po. So, ibig sabihin parang inclusive na po yung program, gender inclusive na po siya.
Okay, salamat Miss Len. So may follow-up question sa ating chat box si Ma'am Ara ng for PNU, inalaw po kayo na i-charge sa GAD budget ang monetary awards para doon sa normal awards?
Yes po. Included po siya sa GAD budget. Naka-include na rin po yun dun sa line item budget kanina, yung monetary awards. Yung prices po ay halos same na rin po dun sa prices ng Palantra. Kung tama po yung pagkakalala ko, 18 po sa first prize, parang ganun po. So, included na rin po siya dun sa GAD budget.
Salamat po, Ms. Len. So, okay, included daw, Ma'am Ara, yung budget. Ma'am Seni, okay na po ba tayo dun sa sagot or may follow-up question po kayo?
Hindi. Mahirap na Hindi, okay na. Maraming salamat sa mga sagot.
Thank you po. Thank you po, ma'am. So, Ma'am Ara, may ano po kayo? May pahabol po?
Yes po. Thank you very much po, ma'am. Ma'am, for PNU po ulit, available na po ba yung mga stories na yon? Kasi right now po, inaayos na po namin yung child minding facility namin. So I think maganda po yung mga materials na are available for the children na i-cater po. So available na po ba siya, ma'am?
Right now po, ang update po is develop pa lang po into short children's story books. So parang nag-interpret po, nag-hire kami ng mga artists. Tapos ngayon po ongoing yung kanilang pag-i-interpret ng mga book, ng mga entries into children's book. So possible po na by next month or December, magkaroon na po kami ng mga several entries po na into books na.
Thank you very much po, ma'am.
Salamat po. May iba pa po ba tayong tanong? Are there other questions? Ma'am Remedios, may tanong pala ako. Yung sa ating Gender and Society na elective, may data na po ba tayo kung ilan yung nagtitake po nung elective na yon dun sa mga different departments or programs?
Okay po ma'am, salamat po. Sa ngayon po is wala pa akong data but we already have a graduate for this elective course, yung first batch graduate ng new curriculum. It is almost 340 plus na recipient na po ng Gender and Society.
Meron ng 340 na nakakuha nung
yes
course
po,
na
ma'am.
yan.
Yung graduate na po.
Opo,
Yung graduate na po.
across na po dun sa mga programs na
across
pinresent
all
nyo
program.
kanina.
Across all program na po.
Salamat po. Tapos ano po yun? Kailan po ino-offer siya? First year, second year? Anong year po siya ino-offer?
Depende sa ma'am, depende sa course kasi yung ibang courses is hindi na masingit yung ma'am, hindi na masingit yung elective. So maybe some other nandun sa first year, second year, third year at fourth year. Basta ang importante is napasok yung elective na Gender and Society. Para pag gagraduate na sila, at least they already learn or they are already gender sensitive, especially in landing a job na kailangan nating maging gender fair. Thank you po, ma'am.
Salamat po.
Ma'am Mel,
yes, Sir Mac.
Follow up lang doon. Maganda yung ang kanilang mga experiences sa mga series natin, and I would like to commend all of you for sharing your experiences and practices in your respective agencies or institutions, at I hope na maraming natututo right now. Ma'am, follow up lang doon kay Ma'am Remedios. Would you know kung ilang percent doon sa mga total population of students na nag-graduate ang nakakuha ng ganong elective subject? Mayroon ba tayong record, ma'am? Kasi mahalaga din siguro na kasi bagong offering siya. So doon sa mga nag-graduate na for this school year, for example, or last school year, mga ilang percent kaya yung mayroon na ganun?
As of today's population of our college, we already have 3,700 plus, sir. And they are all taking up Gender and Society subjects.
Yeah, okay. Maganda po yan. So sana po pagka ang lahat ng mga graduate sa inyong institusyon ay mga gender sensitive na at pagka nagkaroon na sila ng mga sarili nilang trabaho at pamilya, they can bring their learning in their workplace and in their families na maibsan o mawala na yung mga violence against women and girls. Kasi siguro ang natin, ang ating baka yun yung tinatanong ni Ma'am Duray kahapon, ano na ba ang naging impact ng ating ginagawang practice na ito? Kasi hindi pa naman natin ito ma-assess ngayon, yung impact niya kasi bago pa lang, nag-umpisa pa lang. So hopefully, in the next 5 to 10 years, makita natin na sa Camiguin Island, wala ng violation against women and girls or ano man yung mga sinasabi ni Sir Arnel na JAD violations ay mawala po yun sa ating mga communities because of the impact of our programs. So, salamat po ma'am sa inyong sharing.
Kasi po sir, we also have our biannual gender orientation for the graduating students. So every year po kami nagbibigay ng gender orientation. Kahit may elective subject kami, nag-gender orientation din po kami sa mga graduating students. Especially na nandun sa technology courses, lalo-lalo na yung mga lalaki, halos kadalasan yung mga estudyante. And during November 25 to December 12, that's VAUSI campaign, we also conducted awareness on RA 9262. The violence against women and children. Thank you po, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sige, salamat po. May iba pa po ba na gustong magtanong? Siguro pahabol na tanong lang din po para kay Sir Arnel tsaka kay Ma'am Remedios, no? Yung, and siguro related to dun sa tanong ni Ma'am Seni kanina, sino po yung kinuha natin or ano po yung profile nung mga nag-develop nung ating lesson plan, ganyan po yung nag-develop ng Gender and Society na curriculum natin, ganyan. Kumbaga saan po sila affiliated or kung mga teachers po natin sila, kanino po sila naka-receive ng training, no, on gender para ma-equip sila to develop the lesson plan and the curriculum.
Pwede bang sasagutin ko yan, ma'am?
Sige po, ma'am. Opo.
Okay. Yung mga ano, ma'am, yung BPAA namin kasi babae yon. Tas yung program heads at saka mga deans, nag-convene po sila. Hindi man sila train, pero usually as God focal person, nagpabigay po ako ng gender sensitivity training with Ma'am Natalie Igot from the Commission on Higher Education Region 10 as our Godful expert. So siguro kahit hindi man sila sabihin nating expert, pero they already have the background on how to prepare IEC materials and syllabus and gender lens. And I also invited trainers in crafting the curriculum and preparing the IEC materials po, ma'am. Salamat po.
Salamat po, Ma'am Remedios. Si Sir Arnel po, yung sa inyo po.
Yung sa amin po naman, ma'am, the selection of the development team members, yun po yung mga learning area supervisors, sila po yung pumili ng teachers to be the writers in their learning area. And then, since nag-start po kami talaga na, zero po yung knowledge nila in terms of how they're going to integrate God concepts in all learning areas. Yung ginawa po namin, part ng development activities namin ay capacity building of teachers on how to integrate gender and development concepts. Lahat po ng mga writers namin ay school God coordinators. So yun po, yun nakatulong. And then ako naman po yung nag-capacitate sa kanila where I attended several training programs from the Department of Education. Yung mga speakers po namin ay from Philippine Commission of Women. Sila po yung ini-hire ni DepEd to train the division God focal persons. So yun po, nakapacitate kami. And then during the time of Secretary Armin Luistro, naggawa din po ang central office ng mga daily lesson plans wherein we patterned our development sa ginawa during the time of Brother Armin Luistro as DepEd Secretary po. Yun po yung mga naging namin. Nakatulong po para makadevelop kami ng lesson plans with gender and development concepts integration. Actually po, hindi naman po kasi masyadong mahirap siya kasi pag yung speaker talaga nung God concepts, yung mga concepts na integrate, I will verse po. Mas madaling maintindihan ni teachers. And then sa implementation naman namin sa division, during my time, ang daming training programs on gender and development kaming ginawa. Kasi part kasi sa namin, sa GAA is 5% of the total should be utilized for gender and development activities. And if not, pag hindi na single out yung JAD activities, attributed naman siya sa lahat ng training programs po namin using the Hagadaga or the HGDG to identify the, kumbaga sinasabi nating gadability of the program implemented in our division. Thank you po.
Maraming salamat din po Sir Arnel, no, and Ma'am Remedios, no. At least na-share niyo sa amin yung proseso, no, na hindi siya basta ayan na lang yung may module ka na, may lesson plan ka na o may curriculum ka na, pero may pinagdaanan siya, no, na mga training, capacity building, yung ating mga writers din. No? Maraming salamat po. Nakita ko nag-on ng camera si Ma'am Araw. Ma'am Araw. Meron kang tinatago dyan. Ano?
Hindi, pero gusto ko lang Ma'am Mel, I really appreciate yung mga shinare na mga experiences Kasi kung titignan mo din talaga, 'di ba? 5% of the total budget is so big. Pero unfortunately, karamihan kasi I've been working also with mga LGUs po. Usually capacity building lang, Sir Mac. The usual GST. Parang 'di ba puro ganon. Whereas ito na pinakita nila sir ng ating mga speakers na pwedeng gamitin yon in coming up with more na mga projects, programs sa mga medyo long term din at yun nga pwedeng magamit natin na like that yung maano talaga natin yung ma-incorporate talaga ang gender in education and other themes. That's very commendable talaga. Hindi lang talaga siya makukuha in one activity. No, pero it's good, di po ba? Kaya congratulations po. You're really so innovative, creative, and everything. Yeah.
Yes.
Natutuwa ako kay Sir Arnel kasi nabanggit at last pala mayroon akong narinig na nagsabi na because of the training that they attended and ang mga resource persons ay galing sa PCW and because of that kiniklaim niya na they are already provided with the basic understanding, appreciation on GAD at ngayon ay ini-implement na nila sa kanilang pag-improve sa kanilang mga curriculum syllabus para magiging gender responsive yung kanilang mga instructional materials at iba pa. Natutuwa naman ako kasi hindi ko lang alam kung si Sir Arnel ay nakasama doon sa training na kinandak namin sa bandang Jensan yata yun way back in 2016 or 2017. Hindi ko na maalala yung exact na year. Nakakatuwa na paunti-unti mayroon na tayong mga God advocate the like of Sir Arnel, kay Ma'am Remedios, kay Dr. Palse sa PNU at iba pa yung mga nag-share kahapon din. And I believe itong mga participants natin na nakikinig ngayon, they are already toying the idea of coming up with their own siguro practice to really mainstream gender and development perspective in their respective institutions. Tama po yung sinasabi ni Ma'am Araw na mahirap maano nga yung 5% kung pagbabatayan natin yung gaan natin, lahat tayo makakatanggap talaga tayo ng audit observation memo from COA na hindi talaga natin kaya yan. If we will not adapt the concept of Sir Arnel ay na-mention niya by using the SDDG tool so that ma-attribute natin yung ating mga programs doon sa ating GAD plan and budget kasi if we just limit on CapDev, mga training na yan, kahit anong tumbling ninyo, kahit maglinggo-linggo pa kayo mag-training, yung 5% will never be reached by your agency. So mayroon pa rin kayong AOM. But then I'm not saying that CapDev should not be pushed through. It has to be. It has to be done. Kasi nga ito yung magiging entry point para magkaroon ng right, correct understanding and appreciation on GAD. At sana Sir Arnel, sa inyong mga top management sa regional office ninyo or provincial or anuman district level man yan, sana kasama din po sila sa ma-provide natin ng orientation on what is gender and development para magkaroon sila ng correct appreciation doon sa bakit natin ito ginagawa. Just want to share kasi sa ibang mga agencies, ang problema, well capacitated na yung mga GAD focal point system nila. Pero ang problema, yung top management are not appreciative of what is gender and development. At mayroon pang agency na na-endorse na namin yung kanilang GAD plan, pagdating doon sa top management para pirmahan, ayaw pumirma ng kanilang top management simply because he or she doesn't understand what is gender and development and wala siyang appreciation doon. So therefore, it's not her or his priority. So na problema sila. Okay, anyway,
Sir
thank you.
Mac, yung paghanap ng God champion talaga in the
Exactly,
agencies
oo.
Yan,
Yeah,
oo.
malaking challenge yan. Kaya
Yes.
pwede na i-claim niyo ni Sir Mac as success
Yes,
indicator ng
diba?
PCW.
Oo, kaya natutuwa ako kay Sir Arnel na-mention niya yung mga training.
Oo,
Thank you Sir Arnel for sharing that to us.
Sige, salamat
Welcome, sir.
po.
Welcome po.
Si Ma'am Seni po uli. Nakita ko nag-raise ng hand. Ma'am Seni?
Oo. Maganda yung mga initiative, ano? Kasi kay Sir Arnel, ang isang tanong at saka challenge. Isang tanong, isang challenge. No? Ang isang tanong ko ay kung napaakyat mo na ba sa Bureau of Learning Resource yung mga lesson exemplars, no? Kasi sa nasa regional level, I'm not sure kung na-communicate mo sa kanila na meron kayong ganitong initiative. So yung isa. And then challenge, dahil ang sinasabi nyo ay lesson exemplar, ganun din naman doon sa kay Ma'am kay Ma'am sa Camiguin, ganun din naman yung kanyang syllabus. Ang isa kong challenge ay kung systematically yung integration nagaganap. Like for example, yung lesson exemplar na pinakita ni Sir Arnel ay grade 6. Kasi kung isa lang siya, medyo ang tingin ko hindi masyadong impactful. Pero kung buong pagpapahalaga, edukasyon sa pagpapahalaga, naka-mapping kung ano yung i-integrate. So yun yung isang challenge na magandang gawin. So which means magpapalawak, no? Kaya hindi tayo pwedeng maubusan ng trabaho pagdating doon sa curriculum. And then there's another challenge, what if bago na yung curriculum? So paano naman yung realignment in terms of the mapping of gender concepts, principles, theories, and God, no? Yun pa isa. So hindi ko alam kung nagsimula kayo doon sa mapping ng from the core messages, kasi sa kasalukuyan merong 4 na core messages ang learning resource, yung Bureau of Learning Resource. Kung ginamit yung lahat yon, tapos minapping ninyo sa curriculum, at kung halimbawa limited lang sa edukasyong pagpapahalaga, talaga bang limited lang sa lesson exemplar 2 or more, or meron kayong balak na i-map out lahat yung yung topics or yung content. So isa yon. Of course, ang kasama ng content, kaya ang sinasabi ko nila yung instructional design, kasama nun yung yung delivery, yung PCK, TPCK na sinasabi natin, yung pedagogy na sinasabi natin. Kasi kung na-mapping yan, nandiyan yung pedagogical content knowledge, meaning how do you structure knowledge in God from, let's say, from grade 1 kung merong edukasyong pagpapahalaga, hanggang doon sa senior high school kung merong edukasyong pagpapahalaga. Naka-structure ba na ganon? Or for now, lesson exemplar lang muna. Doon din sa doon sa syllabus ng yung gender and society, for example, kasi madali lang naman mag-integrate ng concept. Ang tanong kasi kung gusto niyo ng yung learning outcome, no? Nagsisimula yung sa learning outcome, which means kung usap na yung mga deans at saka VPs for academics, may learning outcome. So I'm sure meron kayong pinanggalingang God agenda. Although ang DepEd wala pang God agenda. Yung gano'n, no? So pag gusto niyo systematic, ang challenge ay talagang yung mapping out ng lahat ng gusto mong mangyari doon sa curriculum. So yun lang, yun yung challenge, pwedeng for further development. So parang lifetime yun ang gagawin, no? O sige, thank you.
Salamat, Ma'am Seni, no? Parang kinabahan agad sina Sir Arnel at si Ma'am Remedios. Ang dami pa nilang gagawin. May response po ba tayo dun sa comment ni Ma'am Seni?
In our division, ma'am, actually, ma'am, sa Region 11, whole Region 11, parang si SDO City of Mati lang, yung parang napaka-porsigido talaga na lahat ng schools ay talagang God-sensitive na well-oriented na sa JAD. So kasi sa division namin, nag-start ako as a focal person, bumalik talaga ako sa orientation ng JST. Kumbaga ganyan. And then, nag-training kami ng Hagadaga, HDDG, para ma-capture doon yung percentage ng funds utilization na ma-attribute natin sa GAD. At saka nag-conduct din ako ng training ng GMF to identify the level of implementation of the schools in terms of GAD. So yan, and then natapos ko na yon, kaya pumasok na naman ako sa curriculum. Yung ginawa ko, nag-meeting kami with our chief sa Curriculum and Implementation Division with the Learning Area Supervisor. Kasi ako po kasi yung na-assign sa supervisor po ako ng learning resource. Kaya saklaw ko po lahat ng learning area in the context of development of learning resources. Kaya yung ginawa namin, identify muna yung mga writers, then nag-mapping kami kung ano lang talaga yung pinaka pwedeng competency na kumbaga maka-integrate tayo ng GAD. So yung sinabi naman ni Ma'am, that is a very good suggestion. We will be doing that, though I am no longer the GAD focal person of our division, but nalab ko na kasi si GAD. Parang naging part na siya ng professional life ko. Kaya while doing the quality development and quality assurance of our supplementary learning resources in the division level, may GAD talaga na integration. Na nafi-filter na namin, yung illustration mo, bakit yung characters ng story mo, lalaki lang lahat. So ang issue doon, gender dominance na yan. So how can we make it equal na mayroon ding representation si women? So kasi sa DepEd Order number 32 Series 2017, ang framework kasi doon sinabi na gender and development is not about girls only, but also for boys. Kasi yung policy na yun, tinitingnan doon na dapat mabigyan ng opportunity si babae at saka si lalaki na ma-enjoy at ma-reach na yung dream in life niya. Na walang mga hindrances or obstacles along the way. Na maintindihan niyo kung ano talaga ang role niya as a human. Ano yung role niya in his family, in the society as a whole. So yun naman talaga yung focus talaga ni DepEd ngayon. Kaso lang, nag-differ kasi sa implementation from the different divisions and the different regions. Kasi pag sa akin lang, pag na-assign kasi siya, ginagawa ko talaga ang lahat ng makakaya ko na ma-implement talaga yung program up to the grassroots po ni DepEd ng Schools Division of the City of Mati. But we will be, I am very much happy for the suggestion of Dr. Sinaida Reyes from PNU. So though I am no longer the GAD focal person in our division, but I will still be doing the mapping and what particular GAD concept or na ma-integrate po. Thank you very much.
Salamat po, Sir Arnel. Ma'am Remedios, may response po tayo kay Ma'am Sinaida.
Hello po. Doc Zen, salamat sa mga comments and suggestions na ibinigay mo sa amin. Not only in our college, but also in the education sector. Kasi we're just beginning. Nagsisimula pa kami. So, di pa namin naibigay yung assessment kung gaano na ba ka-gender sensitive yung mga students namin. So we are assessing, especially undergraduate. So yung mga estudyante namin ngayon, especially yung mga may research subject, ini-incorporate na namin. Just like for example, ipapagawa namin sila ng assessment on the Republic Act 9262, the Anti-Bastos Law. We are to assess the students on that certain purpose. So by making the research. But as of this moment, especially in preparing the IEC materials, we already have our committees, including me, as the GAD focal person. Yung tinitingnan lang namin is yung gender fair language na kailangang ma-incorporate sa aming IEC materials at sa aming syllabi. So hindi man masyadong ipinapakita yung gender lens sa syllabus, But on the part of pedagogy, kasi sa syllabus is merong part doon na methodology. So doon na ang application para ma-apply na yung mga gender concepts ng isang guro. So we are having our proposal on assessing our faculty on how sensitive they are on talking on the gender in development. Are they sensitive enough? Are they especially in the LGBTQ plus members in our society? Because some of our LGBTQ members in the college, gusto na nilang mag-cross-dressing. Pero hindi naman po pwede yun. Kasi meron naman tayong policy sa school. Lalong-lalo na. They are claiming that they are already accepted. They are already accepted, but on the policies of the school, they have to follow. Especially, marami kasing ngayon na mga na-empower na kasi yung mga bakla ngayon, diba? So they are using their power lalong-lalo na kapag papasok sa school na mataas o mahaba ang buhok. At hindi yun po pwede. Kasi sa student handbook, meron tayong particular na haircut ng isang estudyante. Yun lang po, we are still assessing on the revised curriculum that we have already. Salamat po, Ma'am Zen. And we are adapting your comments and suggestions for further, para mapalawak pa namin yung acceptance ng gender concepts para sa curriculum. Salamat po. Salamat, Sir DepEd, kasi binigyan mo rin ako ng idea kung paano gawin. Lalong-lalo na yung mapping. Salamat po, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Remedios. May mga tanong pa po ba tayo? Do you have any other questions, comments, or suggestions?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes po. Yes, sir, Benbe.
Magandang hapon sa lahat. Masyadong interesting yung discussion. Anyway, simply let me go direct to my point. No? RA 9262 is mag 2 decades na siya, no? Kasi 2003 siya. Mentioning the mainstreaming, etc. No? Ang mga experts natin sa GAD, I don't know on how they assist the Republic Act, no, the related Republic Act to these days now. Siyempre may mga pagbabago talaga na abang lumalakad yung panahon, gano'n. Yung isang observation sa council, no, interagency siya, ang higher education is not a member of the council. DepEd ang member doon. I don't know how the higher education wish to. Yung mga ganon na kung i-assist mo yung Republic Act na yan, ano na yung narating niya, ano pa yung dapat mga key areas na pwede pang, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure you get my point, general, sa mga general perspective lang. No? So salamat.
Salamat po, no? So, ayan, ganda yung meron tayong mga ganong reflection, no? mga kailangan natin isipin kasi yung monitoring to no? Ano na nga ba? Ano na nangyari kung isang dekada na yung ating nasa na tayo in terms of that? Nagsasimula pa rin ba tayo or advanced na tayo? So, but I think what is important here is yung development, nakita natin na ang medyo malaki na yung tinaas natin when it comes to awareness raising. So sabi nga natin, di ba, hindi lang tayo fixated dun sa puro GST, puro capacity dev, pero medyo may advancement tayo in terms of our actions and initiatives, no? Yes. Maraming salamat po sa observation. Yes,
Doc
Ma'am
Nel,
Araw. Yes po.
Yung tanong kanina ni Sir Ben, for this about 9262, tama po ba? Tama po, ano?
Yes po.
Yung RA. Siguro for update lang siguro, Sir Mac, if you may allow, yung NAPC with PCW in partnership na naman, would like to actually nag-start na, kaya lang nandun pa lang sa mga planning stage for the assessment, tama di ba Sir Mac, of RA 9262. Opo. So kasi nga sabi nga ni Sir Benfred, ilang na siya. So it's about time po, mag-undergo na po siya ng assessment kasi lalo nung nangyari po yung pandemic, alam naman natin na nag-increase yung mga cases of di ba, incidence on VAUSI at baka may kailangang ayusin sa mga referral system. So in the coming, actually nasa pipeline na, di ba Sir Mac?
Yeah,
po, early next.
Ma'am Araw, mayroon tayong representative from Ayak Bausi, baka makapagbigay sila ng short lang, update status.
Sige po.
Si Ana, nakita ko sa kanina. Nandiyan
Ay,
po ba si
sorry,
Ana?
hindi ko po nakita. Kaya nga naghahanap na po sana ako eh.
Ana, short update lang para for the information din sa ating mga participants.
Yes, hello po. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the Ma'am Araw, Sir Mac. Opo, para lang din ma-share namin and related po sa question ni Sir Benfred. Tama po, in the works po yung ating assessment for RA 9262. Nasa pipeline po talaga siya. We are, kumbaga, slowly doing the preparatory works for the assessment and yung mga activities mo natin such as the desk review, yung mga consultations and everything. And in line with this din po, based din po kasi sa question ni Sir Benfred, we will also be undertaking the review of the previous strat plan ng Ayak Vauci because as DepEd nga din po and CHED DepEd po kasi is the member of Ayak Vauci while CHED po is relevant agencies po naman ng council. So kasama naman po sila, no? So we will be reviewing din po yung current strat plan kasi it will be ending this year. So we will be formulating a new one for 2023 to 2028. Kasama po doon yung pagtingin nga sa accomplishments natin in terms of integrating sa ating curriculum and other advocacy-related activities with DepEd and CHED. So yun naman po siya, Sir Benfred. Kasama, in the works po siya. Kasama po ng assessment din ng RA 9262 kasi tama naman po, parang mag 20 years na po kasi siya by 2024. 18 years by 2024.
Maraming salamat sa update, ma'am.
Thank you, Ana. Thank you.
Welcome po.
Salamat, Ana, for the update, no? May inayos lang tayo kasi yung next presentation, I think nandyan na rin yung magpipresent na sa CHED, no? But before that, can we have a group photo first? Pa-request lang po everyone to turn on their camera for the photo op. Tech team, pa-advise na lang pag ready na.
Opo, ma'am. So, antayin lang po natin makabukas po lahat ng cameras.
Good afternoon, Miss Sai.
Okay. Ayan na po ba lahat, ma'am?
Okay na po.
Sige po. 1, 2, 3 po. Smile. Yan po. Thank you po.
Thank you. Maraming salamat, Tech Team. At this point, I would like to ask if we already have the presenter for CHED. Miss Anne, sino daw po magpipresent sa CHED?
Hi, Doc Mel. Waiting lang po ako sa advice from CHED representative, si John Vincent. I'll follow up na lang din po.
Ayan. So, sige po, while waiting, meron po ba tayong ibang question for our presenters? Okay, sige po. Sige, let's see na lang, Anne, ha, kung makaano pa sila. I'll probably just give just a very quick lang observation ng ating day 1 and 2 presentations, no? So para i-combine ko na lang din yung ating yung observation ko as they present, no, yung mga issues, yung mga critical issues na natutunan din natin, no. So we all know that education, no, is a critical key in transforming mindset and people's lives, no. Yung education sector really has a big responsibility for creating new knowledge, values, and attitudes. And at the same time, it can map out yung mga possible future directions of the community and the country in general. So nakita natin yan yung maraming mga potentials talaga na maging maayos yung ating gender and development na stream, no? So mainstreaming gender in our education should be seen as a cross-cutting strategy, especially when linking this to the gender, to the larger context of development, no? So gender is a crucial key to economic development, di ba? To social development. So it can improve our lives in various ways and areas such as in health, no, yung hygiene, yung population planning, nutrition, access to resources, and ownership of properties, no, yung freedom natin from violence and abuses, increasing women's participation in politics and decision making, among others, no. But apart from nakita kong presentation natin ng day 1 and day 2, no, apart from using a gender lens perspective, no, it's very imperative that we also apply, no, the human rights and intersectionality approaches where we examine and consider all identities, no, and factors of diversity such as age, disability, ethnicity, social status, etc. No? And in the intersection of all of these identities with sex and gender, no? So I think ito yung mini-mention din kanina ni Ma'am Seni na yung sa GEDC, no, yung gender equity, diversity, and social inclusion na marami ng mga agency ngayon na iyon yung framing, no, na ginagamit. And we have also learned various methodologies in the way we mainstream gender in our policy institutions, in our people, in the mechanisms that we have, and in our programs, projects, and activities. And I think we can see this in many of the presentations, no, since yesterday, that although gender sensitivity training can begin, no, the process of curriculum transformation, yung initiatives natin do not just stop, no, by providing those basic GST training. Rather, we make it a point, no, you make it a point, no, to provide advanced level of gender training to discuss various gender issues from sexual harassment, yung gender responsive parenting, issues of children, to access to technology and right to information. And these training or activities were complemented by participative teaching methodologies that we hope provide somehow in the future, no, makikita natin talaga yung effectiveness or efficiency in our implementation, that na alam natin na nakapag-provide tayo ng equal opportunities, no, for women and girls, no, to participate actively, no, from research projects, module and curriculum development, yung setting, yung provision of incentive system through sa mga awards natin, and participatory gender audit, no. And I hope that we were able to learn, no, some valuable lessons from each of the sharing, no. Marami kaming natutunan, kami na nag-review din ng mga entries, no. And let us all continue to being a champion, no, on God, no. And let us claim, no, na mga God champions nga tayong lahat, no. So maraming salamat po uli sa lahat ng present since yesterday and today, no. And siguro, I'm not sure kung nandito na po yung ating yung presenter natin. Yes, okay, sige po.
Ayan.
So
Doc Mel, Have Engineer Joseph Lou Santa Teresa of Region 9.
Okay po. Sige po.
Yes, good afternoon.
Sir Joseph, you can proceed po with the presentation. Ang ipipresent po nila ay yung PhilGadis, no? Yung sa information technology system po ng ating SHED. Sige po,
Yes,
Sir
good
Joseph.
afternoon. Yes, may I know if Sir Vince is here because he will be the one to share the video.
The Philippine Higher Education Gender and Development Information System, or PhilGadis, which is part of the Commission of Higher Education's or CHED's advocacy on gender and development, is a tool created to aim for the future where gender-based violence in higher education institutions and the Commission itself is eliminated. It is an open-source website operated by the CHED Regional Office 9, where the consolidation of sex-disaggregated data on higher education is collected and displayed, and also gathering the best practices in gender mainstreaming of HEIs or higher education institutions. The PhilGadis will facilitate CHED's effort in integrating gender equality, diversity, and inclusiveness in Philippine higher education. The PhilGadis centers around 4 enabling laws that were written with the intent to protect all people from sexual violence and discrimination. These laws are the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act of 1995 or Republic Act No. 7877, the Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children or Republic Act 9262, the Magna Carta for Women or Republic Act 9710, and the Anti-Sexual Harassment Act and Safe Spaces Act or Republic Act 11313. These 4 were chosen to ensure that the data on sexual harassments and other violations will not only include females but also males regardless of their gender identity. The PhilGadis is accessible to individual higher universities and colleges, public and private across the country. It is designed to facilitate policy reforms and program initiative of CHED and of different universities and colleges so that these are data-driven and evidence-based. Once you have entered into the website's homepage, you will first be greeted by the PhilGadis newsreel that showcases the up-to-date events, news, and information on gender and development, in which we refer as GAD. And Know Your Rights, as the homepage will also contain videos and surveys about the 4 GAD enabling laws, purposely to elicit information on the experiences you encountered on sexual harassment, violence, and discrimination. And if you also scroll further down, you will see the Philippine Higher Education GAD statistical data, a consolidation of sex disaggregated data graphs by region, year, HEI, major disciplines, programs, and so forth. The navigation bar provides sections of the various components of the PhilGadis features. The website's socials are also available at the bottom, so please give us a like and follow if you have the time. Going to the Statistics tab, you will be able to see consolidated data pertaining to HEMI statistics, CHED MIS, HEI survey statistics, and CHED survey statistics. The graphs are interactive where the user can choose what in the statistics they want to see. By clicking on each statistics tabs, the user will be guided towards the data in the homepage, like by clicking on one of the 4 GAD enabling laws. Under one of the 2 agencies, you will be shown data concerning incidents about the agency and which of the 4 laws it was violating. Going to either the Survey tab on the bar on top or in the section below the homepage, the user will be able to find more details on the 4 GAD enabling laws that the PhilGadis builds its foundation on, and as well as log in their harassment claims by filling out the online paperwork. In the survey itself, you will be asked to fill in details such as where the incident occurred, what responded are you, and other such details. In the collection of your email, it is only used to verify that the person answering this survey is a human and not answering for the purpose of spamming. In fact, we recommend you use an email that is not personally tied to your social media accounts. Data collected is also subject to Data Privacy Act of 2012. The field guides also includes the ability of guide focals to log into the website to post and share their HEI's activities and efforts in gender and development on a feed accessible on the website through the Gender Mainstreaming tab. Here in the Resources tab, the user can learn about information pertaining to sexual harassment definitions to help better understand if the user needs to help in defining a situation, as well as being provided with manuals, issuances, videos containing the 4 God-enabling laws as well as the laws PDF files for ease of access. The Need Help section provides human contact services if the user wishes for more assistance in any queries they may have, as well as providing FAQs or frequently asked questions about field guides' goals and objectives and other relevant information the user may wonder about. The field guides has an extensive history on its upbringing of becoming a tool in progressing gender and development, where you will find the About Us section and as well as learning about the individuals, agencies, and organizations responsible in the development of the system. Field guides, through showing the true picture of what is happening in the higher education institutions without lifting the anonymity of the victims, has successfully been developing awareness of people with regards to gender equality and development. And perhaps, soon we will achieve a future free of fear within the higher education institutions, agencies, and organizations.
Salamat po, Sir Joseph, for the presentation, for sharing the video presentation. So, any question po for Ched? Comment? Sir, meron po tayong parang paano natin po na monitor yung number of visitors natin, ganyan. May data na po ba tayo kung ilan po yung
Yes.
nag-access? Opo, may
Yes,
pwede po natin
actually,
na-share.
yes, actually our website actually has visitor counters, so we will know how many visitors we have daily. And then another feature of the website is that, as you can see at the end of the video, wherein those who would want to have access also for assistance, for example, let's say from PNP, from the SWD, every time they click a button accessing the website going towards PNP and the SWD, we also have a counter for that. So we also know how many people are accessing PNP, the SWD, and other government agency websites through the CHED, Gender and Development Data Information System website.
Ano sir yung pinaka mostly visited na section?
So far, we have not yet filtered the website by section, kung saan sila nag-visit. We will still have to integrate that with our data statistics. Kasi as of now, all we have are counters for the visiting of the main website. So hopefully in the future, we can see which section na talaga. Madali lang naman yun. We just have to coordinate, of course, with our webmaster to be able to also incorporate that.
So ilan sir yung mga visitors natin? Ano po yung counter natin? Per day po ba yan or per month po yung na-generate natin? May figures
Actually,
po ba tayo?
for our counter, pwede naman siyang i-filter kung ilan per day, per month, no? But so far, as you can see through the website, it is already consolidated. So as of now, kung ilan talaga yung total number of visitors. Pero pwede natin yan sila titignan
Mga
kung...
ilan sir po? Mga ilan po yung as of
I will
today?
ask.
Ganyan. Mga ilan na kaya yung visitors natin as of today? Tapos meron din tayong feature na malalaman kung nasa ang area yung sa atin. Nag-view, taga Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. May ganun ba? Sorry hindi ako techie eh. Yung mga tanong ko.
Yeah, actually, pwede po natin yan. Actually, meron naman po mechanism na lolocate na sila kung saan yung mga viewers natin. But as to drawing out the data out of that, hindi pa kami gumawa ng part of the page displaying that. But the data is already there. it can already be drawn from that. So that is a good suggestion actually. No, we could also incorporate that in our website para makita natin ilang visitors from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So may data na yon, hindi lang pa siya na ilagay into a user interface or UI or yung graphical presentation wherein makikita talaga ng mga visitors natin. Pero that's a good suggestion. We will definitely put that as part of the website also.
Tsaka saan po natin kinukuha yung mga resources that we upload doon sa ating website? Kasi nakita ko marami tayong mga videos, ganyan.
Yes.
May mga infographics. So saan po po
Actually,
nanggaling yung mga yan?
Actually, most of the resources are coming from PCW. We mirrored the data or the manuals. Galing talaga from PCW, mga videos natin, mga infographics. Everything is from PCW. Because as of the moment, CHED has not yet made their own videos with regards to Safe Spaces Act, with regards to Gender and Development CMO. So we are still doing that. We are still trying to create our own videos. But as of the moment, we source it out from PCW talaga. So straight from the horse's mouth, as they say.
Ano po tingin niyo yung best feature nitong ating PhilGadis na different from other similar portals, no? Kasi may mga separate tayo, meron tayo sa CHR, di ba? Meron din ng PCW, meron din ng PSA, no? So ano po kayang something unique in our portal that we can really be proud at sasabihin natin, ay sa amin yun lang ito makikita. Ganun. Kami lang ang may ganitong section, ganyan.
Actually, what's nice about this website is that it's very friendly na yung user interface niya. What's nice about the feature is that if you say PSA, my statistics, yes, meron din actually ang CHED GAD website. No, we have the statistics for all regions, sex disaggregated data, in terms of school year, in terms of programs that we are offering. So what's nice about that is you can break it down to the finer details if we wish to. Now, what we are very proud of is that since we are supervising higher education institution, we do not only supervise how GAD has been implemented in state universities and colleges, but also through private HEIs. Since we advocate that the CMO1 of CHED, no, which was the GAD CMO, is to be incorporated in their curriculum. So we evaluate their curriculum and try to see if they have incorporated that in their curriculum. And once we have seen that through the evaluation, we ask for the means of verification. What have they done when they incorporated this in their curriculum? So what's nice about the website is that the institution can actually post their gender mainstreaming efforts. So that means all of the things that they are doing for gender and development, they can actually post that in our website. So each institutions are given their own login credentials wherein they can post it. It's actually just like Facebook, wherein they can post photos and then put captions. And what's nice is that other higher education institutions can actually like their post. And the most liked posts are actually moved upwards towards the stream so that every other institution can see it. And you know what we want right now is to have this social media used as information dissemination for everyone, because our students, for example, they don't anymore look at books, they don't anymore read. Even if you give them news articles, if you give them assignments, they don't do that. But what do? They look at websites, they look at Facebook. And most of these mainstreaming efforts of institutions, when they post, it is also linked in their Facebook websites. So may interactions. That is one thing I can say that's nice about the web page of GAD. And another thing is that we also have the survey for enabling laws. No, I don't know if the other websites have that, but it is actually a short survey wherein we try to see in the population for higher education, or even in terms of the students, in terms of the staff, and even in the Commission on Higher Education regional offices or central offices. Those surveys are accessible, and we ask our stakeholders to try and answer those surveys just so that we have clear picture in terms of let's say information, their knowledge, their information about sexual harassment, their information about Anti-Violence Against Women and Children, their information about Safe Spaces Act. So that's also part of our website wherein the survey statistics can also be seen.
Salamat po marami, Sir Joseph. Si Ma'am Seni po, may tanong po. Ma'am Seni. Ma'am Seni, is that an old hand or kaka-raise niyo lang po niyan?
Miss Mel, Doc Mel,
Yes,
Araw.
Ma'am Araw, Ma'am Araw.
Yeah,
Yes po.
habang naghihintay po tayo.
Ay, hindi daw makapag-unmute si Ma'am Seni. Tech team. Oo,
Well,
tech
pwedeng
team.
mauna na muna ako, Miss Mel, ha?
Yes po, opo. Si Ma'am
while
Araw po muna. Opo.
Sir Joseph, hindi ko lang din masyadong doon sa ano ninyo yung gumagamit. Pero is there a way for you to know kung para saan nila gagamitin the information na kinukuha nila? Parang ganun lang po, para maano lang natin if yung mga data ay ginagamit ba for studies, for decision making, yung ganun lang po. Is there a way na pwede natin ma-call out yun? Ganun?
Well, so far, since the data are visible by any visitors, so we have not mechanized a certain part of the website wherein they have to answer a certain question before they can access the data. It's actually, when you get into the website, you can actually see it right away. So as of the moment, no, we do not know where they are using this website, this data that is being posted in our website, but that is a good idea so that we could also see how they utilize this data that we are posting in our website. Usually the statistics that can be seen in our website, for example, the enrollment and graduates, the number of males and females in each programs, these are actually already available with CHED, but it is when you go to the CHED website, you have to download a PDF file of it. You have to download it one by one. So in this website, it is very interactive. You can just click, like, let's say, for example, in a program, you'd be able to know. In a region, you'd be able to know how many. So for that, as of the moment, no, we do not have a mechanism. We do not know where they use this data for, but that is one very vital information I think that we should also include. So thank you for that, Ma'am Araw.
Yeah. Si Ma'am Seni po, naka-unmute na po ba? Oh. Si Ma'am Seni po. Bakit kaya? Hindi daw hindi ma-unmute po ng ating tech team.
Parang nawala na yata si Ma'am Seni.
Ma'am Seni. Baka sabi niya, muna. Putol siguro to. Baka ang ibig niya sabihin, I will go out. Baka magla-log out muna siya, tas babalik siya. Yeah. Any other question
whenever we're
po?
using the web.
Any other question po? Comment?
Hello, Mel.
Yes, Ma'am Bukoy.
Maganda yung ginawa ng CHED ngayon, no? Very innovative way of capturing God mainstreaming in the different HEIs. Minor correction lang, I heard you said Magna Carta for women. It's Magna Carta of women.
Sorry for that, ma'am. Sorry.
A very important document.
Yes.
And also, Joseph, maybe your website would capture also the accomplishments, God accomplishments of HEIs.
Yes, I failed to
their
mention.
Performance, yeah.
I failed to mention.
Their God
Yes,
agenda, maybe they can also share their God agenda in
Yes.
their schools, as
Yes,
well
actually.
as how many schools are, maybe even samples of their syllabus with regards integrating gender in the curriculum and the performances in every institutions, which could serve as very good models for other SUCs.
Thank you, Ma'am
other
Bukoy.
universities. Yes, thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Ma'am Bukoy, for that. Actually, we already have a part of that website wherein the institution will upload their accomplishments for GAD. Actually, you also have a part wherein they also upload their GPB so that we know their activities, what are the activities. Now what we are trying to do is to be able to have that data or those data being also available or viewable by other institutions who would log in to be able to see also. So it's already there in our website. The institutions are already uploading. What we are already trying to tweak now is to be able to show that in such a way that we are also compliant with the Data Privacy Act. So that is what we are trying to do. But as to the accomplishments of the institutions, the website already has a part wherein if the HEIs would log in, they can already upload those accomplishments and their GPBs and other activities. Thank you, Ma'am Bukoy.
Thank you, Joseph. Are you also linked with the UP Center for Women Studies for important materials? No, the website. We
have not yet linked it
with the UP Center because the UP Center for Women and Gender Studies have a lot of resource materials which
that's nice.
would be accessed by HEIs.
Okay, ma'am, that's definitely noted. We will also try to include that also. Thank you so much, Ma'am Bukoy, for that idea.
The other women's study centers, Miriam, Wagi, and then Sainsco, because these are leading women's studies institutions, and their learnings could be shared to the other HEIs and colleges. Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you po,
I
Ma'am
think si Ma'am
Bukoy.
Sen.
Ayan na pala si Ma'am Sen. Yes, Ma'am Sen.
Yes, thank you very much. Nag-leave muna ako. Something went wrong. But anyway, thank you very much, Sir Joseph, and Ted, of course, for having this project. This is a very good move, using the lens of a researcher and a practitioner, and as well as yung faculty, but as a researcher, this is where we can get big data para hindi na kayo mahirapan, but I'm just wondering if what if sometimes kasi it's frustrating to go to websites, sabi may data and then you can't get the data. First is I'm not sure if you're linking with PSA. Sana may link with PSA because if you go to PSA, you will have to navigate everything before you get the data. Parang ganun ang kuha. And then next question is I wonder, because I was looking into the different regions, the different data. I wonder if you have the data on BARM. Kasi if you are connected to the MIS or IS of BARM, because that's where also we see a lot of using the lens of GEDC undercooked, sorry, but recent assessment, I would say it's GEDC is undercooked in BARM. So we want to assist BARM, for example. Do we have, how can we get the data, because it's not in the yung sa website ng ninyo, no?
Yes.
Field bodies, although sasabihin nyo, because it's STEM, and then BARM has a separate ministry of basic higher and technical education. But I hope there is a link with the data of BARM with field bodies. Thank you.
Yes, Ma'am Zenny. Actually, we will get in touch with BARM. They are on transition, and what we are trying to really get in touch is with their MIS officers also with regards to this, because actually we had a hard time trying to get data with BARM, but that will not stop us, of course. We are still continuing to get in touch. Actually, it's good already that BARM is already ironing out things, and hopefully soon they can also provide us with the data that we need. So currently, this data in our website, they are being continuously updated by the different regions. So the website was actually just recently launched, and then we recently just have a capacity building for all our CHED regional focals for them to be able to also teach or capacitate the different CAD focals in the region to be able to contribute to the data in our website.
But I hope you invite people from BARM as well for capacity building. Kasi
Yes,
medyo
definitely.
talagang undercook sila doon. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Ma'am Zen.
salamat Ma'am Senny for raising that, no. Oo nga, minsan ang hirap as researcher, no, ang hirap maghanap ng data sa BARM, no. So it will really be very helpful, no, for many of the researchers and teachers as well. Sige po. Yes, Sir Mac.
Ano ko lang din parang rejoinder doon sa sinasabi ni Ma'am Senny. Itong magiging data na makolekt through the system na de-develop ng CHED, can we claim this or can we say na maging official data ito? Kasi as far as I know, the Philippine Statistics Authority, sila yung mayroong, of course, may authority to release official data or statistics. I don't know kung mayroon bang sort of partnership or agreement yung CHED and PSA to that effect.
As to the agreement with PSA, I believe we already have MOAs with PSA because we have assigned PTS 1, Project Technical Staff 1, which is a statistician in every regional office. So we are still capacitating our statisticians to be able to consolidate all of this data. Now, as to saying that are these data official coming from the Gender and Development website of CHED, currently it is not yet official because it is still being consolidated. So we are still actually trying to finalize all of the data. But in terms of statistics, when we talk about enrollment and graduates, some regions have already consolidated part of their data and some have not yet uploaded. So as of today, I can, you may take it from me, it's not yet official, but we are slowly consolidating and hopefully we can get PSA's data to put this together and see if everything coincides well so that we'll know that these data are accurate and good for research use.
Thank you, Sir Joseph.
Maraming salamat. Meron pa po bang pahabol? Meron po ba gustong magtanong? Or forever hold your peace? Yes,
Anyway,
Sir
while
Joseph.
waiting, I'd just like to add, this website, when we were thinking of doing this website, of course with Commissioner Aldrin Darilag, we were focused on CHED and the higher education institutions. But once we have perfected this, once we'll be able to make this very user-friendly and we will have a very good database, we would actually want to expand this to all national government agencies so that they could also log in and post their gender mainstreaming efforts. Same with other regional offices of CHED. So that is actually our future goals, to be able to expand this to maybe national government agencies and then later on LGUs para maging comprehensive yung when we talk about gender and development data in the country.
Maraming salamat po, Sir Joseph, no? So at this point, I would really like to congratulate everyone, no? Lahat po ng ating presenters. We had very rich discussion and sharing of good practices, no? I have already said my piece earlier in putting together yung connection ng day 1 and day 2, no? So siguro po, just to close this session, no, I would like to request our presenters, no, to say to share a word of encouragement, no, for all of the participants here with us today, no? Ano yung pwede niyo mabigay na mga advice sa kanila, yung mga especially those who are just starting, no, to build up on or level up dun sa kanilang mga GAD activities. Sige. Anyone po kung can start, no, yung presenters po natin yesterday and today, no? Yung words of encouragement po, kahit very short lang po, so that we can have a time for all of the presenters. Sir Arnel, and are you there? Gusto niyo po mag-start? Dito pa ba si Sir Arnel?
Po, ma'am. Yes po, ma'am.
Yes po. Words of encouragement po para sa ating ibang participants na nandito.
Words for encouragement, ma'am. Let's embrace JAD because this is very important in our present time. And then, though there are people in our organization who are, shall we say, negative, but then let's not make them as an excuse to stop doing what we are doing right now in JAD. And I think we will be able to encourage them, especially those who are not really participating in our agency, to do better in the implementation of JAD. So ano lang yan, kumbaga habaan lang natin ang ating pasensya because we are dealing with people of different backgrounds, different personalities. So that will affect also the programs that we are implementing in our respective agencies or divisions. Only that we need to be consistent with what we are doing so that they will follow. Thank you.
Thank you po, Sir Arnel. Ma'am Remedios? Any last words po or words of encouragement, Ma'am Remedios, for our participants? Sige po. While waiting for Ma'am Remedios, si Sir Joseph, at least nandiyan nakikita ko sa camera.
Okay, thank you. Actually, it is supposed to be our regional director will be presenting this, but he had to rush to the hospital because yung bunso niya nagka-high fever. But of course, we're praying for the fast recovery of his son. What I'd like to share is that gender and development is our responsibility. This is not just a thing that we can brush aside. No? As advocates, we are the ones who are supposed to be in the front lines. We are the ones who are supposed to educate people. It is not merely showing them. It is not merely teaching them, but we have to do the walk. What we taught, we do the walk. So for me, if we start it with ourselves, if we start it with our own agency, everyone else will follow. So let's be examples. Let's be the frontliners. Let's be the heroes. Let's be the better person in this time. No? Let's be the one to lead them and help them open their minds in terms of gender and development. So thank you very much.
Salamat, Sir Joseph. No, nakita ko na lang, open na ng kanyang camera si Sir Macpaul. Sige pa, Sir Macpaul.
Hi, ma'am. Malinaw po ako. Yes,
Yes
po.
po.
Maraming first of all po, I just would like to say thank you sa lahat po ng organizers po ng itong activity ito, ang PCW and NAPC. No, and as a God advocate po, ay ang trabaho po natin or ang ginagawa po natin hindi po siya madali. Hindi po siya ganong kabilis. Yung result ay hindi po agad natin makikita. Gaya nga po ng sabi ng iba, patience lang po yung kailangan and yung dedication natin to serve our clients, to serve our beneficiaries, no, para po maibigay kung ano man po yung dapat po sa kanila, dapat hindi po nawawala yun sa ating lahat. Yun lang po, maraming salamat.
Salamat po, Sir Macpaul. Yan, si Ma'am Remedios. Nandito na po. Yes, Ma'am Remedios.
Hello po, good afternoon po sa lahat. In my case, as a God focal person of the college, I'm serving for almost 5 years, pero first time ko pong mag-attend ng ganitong fora. I'm privileged enough to be part of this, lalong-lalo na yung natanggap yung paper ko for this presentation. napakahirap. I'm just giving this akala ko for report purposes only. Kasi yung pagkandak lang ng activity is nahihirapan na talaga ako. Especially, I'm doing the God plan and budget, but sa papel lang yun kasi walang budget. Diba? So, yun ang napakahirap. So, marami kaming plan together with the DISAS, the Director of Student Affairs, para sa clientele kasi nasa academ tayo. So, it's for the clienteles. Pero, kahit walang budget, talagang ginawa namin. Kasi yun naman ang purpose natin, to serve with our students para hindi naman sila mabibigyan din sila ng respeto sa kanilang kapwa. The only thing in gender and development is equality and equity. So, mababae ka man o malalaki. Not only for students but for all the employees in the college. Kasi nakikita ko na yung sinasabi kong gender stereotyping. Kasi halimbawa yung bibigyan ka ng designation as canvasser. Sasabihin ng taga-admin, ang taga-higher officials is, hindi pwedeng si ako kasi babae ako. Diba? Bakit ba? Bubuhatin ko ba yung papel kapag canvasser ako? Diba? So, yun napakahirap. But from time to time, siguro, ang importante lang naman is the adaptation of the gender concept. So, kinakailangang i-embrace nila yun. Kung ano yung, kasi minsan is hindi maiintindihan kung ano ba si God. Diba? Kung ano ba si God. Ang iba kasi ang naiintindihan ni God is for party, for tour, diba? Pero as a person na inilagay dyan is napakahirap. Lalong-lalo na yung paggawa ng God plan and budget at saka yung paggawa ng God accomplishment report which will be submitted to PCW. Yan lang po, ma'am. Salamat po.
Salamat po, Ma'am Remedios. Miss Len ng PNU.
Yes po. Thank you din po sa opportunity. Kaka-start ko lang po sa advocacy, pero seeing the fruits and outcomes po of all the efforts from the previous directors and to now, hearing the voices na hindi na ririnig noon pa, tas ngayon nagkakaroon sila ng platform para magkaroon ng boses. So, yung overwhelming na emotion ay nakaka-touch po talaga. So, thank you po sa honor. Yun lang po.
Salamat, Miss Len. Ma'am Ara Abaniel. Nandiyan pa po ba kayo, Ma'am Ara? Or Ma'am Mila Espanola, yung ating mga presenters kahapon. Ayan, si Ma'am Ara, nakita ko na yung camera mo. Sige, Ma'am. Ayan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much po ulit sa opportunity na binigay niyo po sa amin sa PRMSU to be able to share our practice. Hanggang ngayon po talaga ay ginagawa po namin lahat ng dapat namin gawin on gender and development. Especially right now po, isa sa mga practice din po namin is to touch or expand it with IP na magkakaroon po kami ng orientation on early child marriage kasi it's recognized as one of the violence against women and children. So thank you very much po ulit, and we learned a lot from this activity. And nakikipag-usap na nga rin po ako with PNU for possible benchmarking of their GAD practices. So maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. So may mga nabubuo na pala ng mga networking, no, sa ating room na ito. And Ma'am Mila Espanola, nandiyan po ba kayo? Ma'am Mila? Batangas, we have. Okay, sige. Tingnan natin later on siguro. So, Sir Mac, Ma'am Araw, may mga pahabol po ba kayong messages bago tayo pumunta sa plenary?
Sa akin po, okay na po ako. Actually, I left the group for mga 3 minutes yata. Nagpunta ako sa ibang sector. Bumisita lang po. Thank you.
Okay na din ako, Doc Mel.
Okay, so I think yan po no, maraming salamat po uli no, and may we continue to be God champions no. Sabi nga ni Sir Joseph earlier no, let us walk our talk no. Mahirap kasing mag-share no nung ating mga knowledge, yung ating mag-provide ng awareness raising kung nakikita na hindi tayo hindi sumusunod no dun sa mga sa tinuturo natin. So it's very important that we also take responsibility, no? Not just because we are frontliners, not just because it's our role and responsibility or mandato natin, but because we know that this is for the benefit of everyone. This is for not just for ourselves, but for our family, but in our community. So malawak po no ang usapin ng gender and development, and hindi lang to usapin na ang magbe-benefit ay isa, pero lahat tayo no, shared po lahat ng mga benefits na marireceive natin when we do gender and development work. So maraming salamat po uli sa lahat. Magkita-kita po tayo sa plenary ng 4:10 po ba, tech team? But for now, we have, I think, remaining 24 minutes no para sa ating bio break, yung ating care break no. Sige po. Maraming salamat po ulit.